this is the first time there's a rector who is not from a Western country here. I think this is very special for this university, because that means that diversity is really something very important. And that's also something that we want to do with ICT4D, with our partnerships and with the research that we do. And that is really about bridging the digital divide, bridging the worlds of the people who are not connected and the people who already are. So I think, well, I'm giving the floor now to our rector.
Thank you very much, Anna. As you can see, I'm also sort of small, not a typical Dutch height. And I also say that, you know, I am the first rector with a permanent suntan in the Netherlands. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to open this Third International Symposium on Perspectives on ICT for Development, and to add a personal note of welcome to all of you, few colleagues and students, collaborators and friends from the Netherlands and abroad. So I understand that we have Mansai here, who I know from the Science for Sustainability conference, Professor Saadito from Ghana, who I just met, and Manisha Ramesh, who should be getting in a taxi, off a plane and in a taxi in here before 12 o'clock, we hope. Yeah. So welcome to our campus and to this symposium. Now, everyone in this room probably has one of these things, all right? Little smartphone. I am addicted to it, and we are all probably guilty of using or misusing it, if you will, to access information on the World Wide Web. It's pretty amazing, actually, if you come to think about it, yeah, because 20 years ago, these things didn't exist. And email and the World Wide Web and internet was not a very prevalent thing. So I think you can argue that this sort of technology has absolutely transformed our lives in the last couple of decades. But it's also important to realize that we are some of the privileged few that have access to this sort of technology. Yeah. A very, very significant fraction of the world's population cannot afford these things. Yeah, this costs more than a year's salary for some people. Or they live in areas where the infrastructure simply doesn't exist. Certainly not enough bandwidth to sort of handle the sorts of things that we do on Facebook and Twitter and so on and so forth. That does not, however, mean that people are unconnected. I myself come from a country, India, where the reach, the penetration of mobile telephony is literally miraculous. I mean, we have some 900 million subscribers, and you know, every corner of the land, you may not have basic sanitation, but you have a mobile telephone. Yeah. And so I think it's important to realize that these things have absolutely transformed our lives in the last decade, 10, 15 years. And a couple of weeks ago, Anna and Hans Akkermans were in my office, sort of enthusiastically speaking about their work and the work of a number of you here, of the community that's represented here in this room, I think, on how you're devising ingenious ways to ensure that the several billion people on the planet who don't really have access to the World Wide Web still remain in some way connected. And connected not only to each other, but also to relevant and up-to-date information. And I can think of really no more appropriate example to illustrate this than this thesis by our freshly minted young doctor, Nana Bagian, who's in the audience somewhere, Nana. Yeah. And he defended his thesis entitled "The Web, Speech Technologies and Rural Development in West Africa" yesterday. So it's not even 24 hours that he's a doctor. Yeah. I happened to sign his diploma yesterday at 12 o'clock between meetings, so when he was in the defense. Yeah. I don't want to steal his thunder because he's going to speak a little bit later together with Professor Dito. But let me say that I'm deeply impressed by the ingenuity that is demonstrated by this work on combining voice-based ICT technology, mobile telephony, and what to us perhaps seems old-fashioned radio waves to ensure that information relevant to local farmers is disseminated, and I quote, in ways to help solve local challenges and meet real needs. And this is really the sort of work that truly resonates, I think, with our university's ambition to ensure that our research and education addresses socially relevant issues and problems. So Nana, congratulations on this milestone. I wish you success in your future endeavors. And with that, let me wish all of you an inspiring symposium, thoughtful discussions about meaningful solutions to real-world problems. Thank you.
And that's only the beginning. Huh? Thank you very much, Rector, for your very friendly words. And again, also from us, congratulations to Nana. Okay, so with that, we set the bar high for ourselves, and now we move into the first talk. So let me show you briefly the session again. So first, the first block will be handled by people from the VU W4RA team. So this is a team of researchers in ICT for development. It brings together people from ICT, but also from other relations. And we explicitly link this to education. So like I said, there are a number of students here in the room today. And to show you a bit about what's going on at VU in terms of ICT education and ICT research, we first will have a talk by two of our student researchers, Romy Blankendaal and Gossalo, who are actually already for quite a while now part of our team of researchers and students who work on developing innovative ICT applications. And after that, it will be continued by Associate Professor Stefan Schlobach, who is actually one of the core members of the ICT4D group, actually one of the people that instigated the master course that I just discussed. So he's actually he's a fundamental computer scientist, so he will tell us what ICT4D really is in terms of computer science. But first, I would like to hand the floor to Romy and Gossa for their talk on ICT for development.
Thank you, Victor, for introducing us. So I'll tell you again, we are Romy Blankendaal and Gossalo, and we are two master students artificial intelligence here at VU. And we have been working together with the W4RA team on ICT4D research for the past year. I've been working as an academy assistant for the Network Institute, and Romy and I have been together working on a knowledge engineering course on a prototype. I'll take this. So let me first explain to you what we mean with unconnected people. As you can see on the map here, the West is lit up, meaning that they have access to the internet. But large parts of rural areas and developing areas in, for example, Africa are not lit up. And this means that they don't have access to the internet. And we call them unconnected people. So there are some constraints which is why they don't have access to the internet, and this prevents them from knowledge sharing and accessing information. These issues are both human and environmental. The human issues are that the educational level of the rural people, the rural communities, is quite low. This means that they did not learn how to read or write. They're illiterate, and they speak many different languages. So I went to Ghana last year to a village in the north, I was very happy to have learned 5 words in Vrije, it's called, I think. And then I went to another neighboring village, and a whole another language was spoken there, so they couldn't understand me. And this is in between villages, but also in one village, 5 different languages to be spoken. Another important issue why knowledge sharing is being made so difficult is the infrastructure. And this means that not only the roads are really bad, but it also means that little to no electricity is available in the villages, and there's no internet. So they communicate by using the radio stations and mobile phones. And these are first generation mobile phones, as you can see here. So the W4RA team tries to use a bottom-up approach to reach these people and try to involve them in developing new sources of ICTs that could enable them to share knowledge and access this information. And we do this by organizing workshops and lively discussions. As you can see here under the mango tree, you see a lot of women being participants in discussions that could benefit them. And you see also the developers from here that work together with local developers and farmers that can give input, feedback on already existing prototypes in order to improve them. So one of the systems that rolled out of this process is Radio Marché, and Nana Badjan was actually working on this. He was defending, as the rector told you, his PhD yesterday, and one of his projects was Radio Marché. It was enrolled in Mali. So first, Sahel Eco was trying to help farmers having access to their customers because they want to sell products. And these products are shea butter and honey. They wanted to do so by sending text messages to Sahel Eco, and they had to write them all down in a spreadsheet and deliver this spreadsheet for long distance to the local radio stations. So W4RA tried to improve this process to make it more efficient by building a web interface that could translate these text messages to speech messages in the local languages. And these could then be broadcasted on the radio station at that same day. So this whole process of trying to sell your products was made very more efficient than it was before. One downside to using this system is that the hardware that is used is quite expensive. And so we have come up with a new system. It's called the Casadaka, which is it's the talking box in Ghanese language. And it's a rapid prototyping platform, which is actually a Raspberry Pi computer connected to a GSM dongle. And we use this because it's more affordable, it's easy to deploy, and it enables rapid prototyping, meaning that we can build new sorts of information services in 2 or 3 hours. And this is quite nice if you go to an area such as North Ghana. You can talk to the farmers there, try to gather feedback, and then make new sorts of information services that can meet their information needs. And 2 of our students, André Baert and Onno Valkering, have been working on making the system better, the infrastructure better. They've tried to make a triple store that can be built on top of the Casadaka, and they're trying to send semantic data over the SMS. So we're working on that right now. And in order to be able to find out what the information needs are, you have to go, as a developer, you have to go to these areas and talk to the local population. So that's what I did last year. I went there with my research partner, Mirte van der Bekke, and we went to a little village north of Bolgatanga and in north of Ghana. And this is actually the family town of Professor Sadito, who's also here today. And we really lived amongst the farmers. We talked to them, we experienced their ways of living, working, and their difficulties. And by living like this, we found out what their information needs are, and we held daily interviews with them as well. And these information needs were then translated into use cases. So some of these use cases are, for example, as in the Radio Marché case, finding local customers, but also to treat or prevent animal diseases or to predict rainfall. And of course, some of these use cases are more difficult to develop than others. I've been working on DigiVet, and this is a prototype that I developed during my bachelor thesis last year. Sorry. I've been working together with Jurgen van der Leck on this to develop the first prototype. This is a prototype that tries to enable farmers to get into contact with local veterinarians and to find out what their animal has in terms of diseases. And this year I've been working on a second version of this prototype together with Romy, and she will talk a little bit more about this later in the presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Gosha. I will first shortly discuss the poultry vaccination surplus use case in Mali, then the seed market in Mali and Burkina Faso, and as third, the DigiVet application in North Ghana, as Gosha already told you. Okay, thank you. So during one of the trips of the W4RA group to Mali, they showed an early version of DigiVet to the local farmers and shepherds, and their reaction was quite enthusiastic. So they really liked the idea of receiving information in a very simple way using the system. And one of the reactions came from Mr. Tangara, which you can see here on the picture, and he showed this Excel sheet of chicken vaccination. So if a chicken has a certain disease, what kind of vaccination you use. And this is actually quite good and relevant information, but unfortunately it's not available to everyone. And that's exactly one of the goals that we have. So we want, with the use of Casadata, we hope to provide these information to everybody on a global scale. Then the second use case, this is this seed market application. What you can see here on the slides are the different steps, the different choices a farmer can make when using the system. So a farmer can use the system by calling to a certain telephone number, and then this system will, then you can use the system. And it is, so I was trying to find good words, but they can use this system to sell, buy, or gain information about seeds. Okay, and then in more detail, our use case, DigiVet. As Gosha already told you, it is a knowledge-based system which provides support to rural farmers in Ghana by diagnosing the sick animals. Of course, the input of the system are the symptoms of the animals, the symptoms that their attention to the output of the system, because as you can see here, the output of the system is the decision whether or not a farmer has to go to see a veterinarian instead of a disease, which we normally expect when diagnosing an animal. And the reason for this is that, well, rural farmers often, at this point, don't go to see a veterinarian because it can be too expensive. And otherwise, they will go too late. So we want to stimulate them to go earlier to see a veterinarian. We made this decision based on interviews that were conducted. So during the course of knowledge engineering, we held an interview with a Dutch veterinarian who worked for a couple of months in North Ghana. And the W4RA team was also able to conduct 3 interviews with local veterinarians in Ghana. And based on the information we received on these interviews, we developed a scoring system. And I see, unfortunately, that the picture is slightly moved, so well, you can still read it. So when the farmer starts using this system, he will first select his kind of animal, and after that he will receive a basic question. Each question is related to a particular symptom, so the system knows if this question is answered with yes, what kind of symptom the animal has. Systems are thereby classified into urgent or non-urgent symptoms. Thereby, if a specific if a basic question is answered with yes, more specific questions will follow. And in this, so in this way, after the system detects a certain or a couple of urgent or non-urgent symptoms, it will decide whether or not a farmer has to see a veterinarian. Okay, so we developed a prototype of the system with the following languages, as you can see on the slide. But images, well, they speak for themselves. They say more than words. So we will now show you a short video of our prototype. Please take into account that we developed this type for a 3.5-inch screen on the Casadata, so we had to keep the interface simple.
And the sound is not really working. Oh, the sound is working. Sorry.
Welcome to DigiVet. Click on the cross to diagnose your animal. Click on the question mark to receive general information. What kind of animal do you have? Does your animal show signs of depression? Does your animal suffer from spasms? Are the muscles of the animal twitching? Do you observe a pink mass in your animal's eye? It is recommended to visit a veterinarian. To contact one, press blue for yes or yellow for no.
Okay, so this was the prototype. The W4RA team also took the prototype to the local farmers, and we received well, quite some good feedback on this prototype. So we hope we can incorporate this in another version of DigiVet. Of course, we also experienced some difficulties during this project, and the main two are shown here on the slide. So the first problem was the symptom classification. It is really hard to decide if a symptom is urgent or not. Second, there is also not a one-to-one mapping between diseases and symptoms. And then the other problem we experienced was that it's really hard to collect good and relevant information when experts are at a distance, so in this case in Ghana. Thereby, and that's the last point I want to make on the slide, is that like in rural areas, like in Ghana, where this project took place, they often use different methods to cure animals than our Western methods. So, for example, if an animal here is sick in the Netherlands, you go to see a veterinarian and he will really diagnose this animal, take some tests to see what kind of disease this animal could have. Whereas one of the people interviewed say like it contains mainly of antibiotics to cure the animal. And well, that's quite a difference, and you should take that into account when developing such a system, because the decision whether or not a farmer has to go to see a veterinarian. So how can we connect the unconnected? Developing offline information services such as DigiVet with the local population to provide them with better access to expert knowledge. And of course, if you want more information, you can always visit the website. Thank you.
Okay, is there a question?
No, leave the questions for the after the second one.
You want to read? Okay. Yes, great. Okay, wait. Keep your questions.
So the second speaker has announced computer science in this university. You have invite. Invite.
Sorry?
Invite.
Welcome, everybody, for the second part of our presentation. I like it a lot that Victor presents a very strict scheme of we always, and then the first of these sessions is with 3 speakers, so that's quite nice. But so I'm going to sort of continue the presentation that Romy and Gosse gave on the activities of ICT4D at the VU, not in a very systematic way, but more sort of giving you an overview, and now sort of moving from the research part to the educational part, because this is also where I was mostly involved. So I think we've seen very nicely the approach that is taken here at the VU, at the W4A group, very strongly a sort of local approach, go into the field, understanding the processes and so forth. And now the question is, we also have an interest in education, and that's why we also, many of you are here. So I want to give you an overview of how we do this, in particular also some motivation for the way we actually do our research, and how we approach ICT for development. So when I'm asked by my colleagues, it's mostly the question, why are you doing ICT4D? You're a mathematician, I'm a logician, so I usually have a slide where I show why is anybody in Ghana interested in model theory? And I think that is a fair point. So it's not so much the question why we're doing ICT4D and what is ICT4D, but it's also the question, why are we doing ICT4D? Why am I, as a sort of theoretical computer scientist, what can I contribute to ICT for development? And I believe that if I walk to this side, I will not be on the live stream, so I might walk to the other side. So I have a question, and I want to formulate this question. Oh, I'm moving the wrong side again, sorry. So I've got a question to you. I mean, you all know Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I guess. And I want to ask now the question of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style. Suppose the unlikely or sort of possible situation that we want to set up a master program or a master track, ICT for development. Where should it be located? Where would you think ICT for development is sort of at the core of which faculty that would be? Answer A is Weber. So for all the people who do not know the abbreviation of the VU, this is the Faculty of Economic Sciences. We have FAV, which is the Faculty of Exact Sciences. We have the Faculty of Social Sciences, and there's obviously also the answer, the VU shouldn't do this at all. Okay, so this is the question I now have. I have to answer, and as you see, it's the $100 question. It's not the $1 million question yet. That one is a far more difficult one. So this is one question: where would we situate teaching of ICT for development? And you all know the game, so you know what I can do. I have a telephone joker. I can call an expert. And I think I wanted to ask the lecturer, but I think he's not here anymore. So who thinks he can help me as an expert to answer this question? So Andre, what is your take on this?
My take on this is that you should do this as a multidisciplinary thing, as you already say, so it should be situated in all 3 of ABC.
Yeah, but that's a sort of a cheating answer. Yes, it's not an option here. On purpose, of course. I mean, yes, another expert here.
There's no real core alpha here. Where in this presentation, the obvious thing was key is language. So why isn't it?
Because the game only gives me 4 options. Yes. So it should be, of course, interdisciplinary. That's obviously the correct answer. But if we have to make a choice, why on earth would anybody come up with the idea that it has to be in Faculty of Exact Science? So luckily, I still do have my audience joker. So this works by showing hands. So now I will ask the question: should it be? Is it an economic problem? Do we want ICT4D be situated in about growth of more money, bringing more economic growth to the developing countries? Who thinks that this should be the impact, the main place for things to be? No, yeah, you as well. Okay, so that fits the what you said yesterday in the defense. So that's 4 people. Oh, sorry. Who thinks that it should be in the exact science? Always, of course, as an interdisciplinary. Yes. Okay. Who thinks it should be in social sciences? Okay, and who thinks it should be in sort of core alpha? Yes, it's not on the list, but anyway. So I see there is a sort of social science third, computer science a third. That's probably all the computer scientists here, and the exact science people, mathematician. Okay, so I want to argue why I think it makes a lot of sense to have ICT for Development master program within the exact science and information science domain. Because I think historically there has been the tendency to understand ICT for development to send ICT4D hardware or technology or computers or whatever you want to think to Africa. So you see happy people with old computers. And the question is how much this works and really make people happy. And I think the presentation we've just seen by Gossa and Romy shows that we don't really believe in this approach. So if we take ICT4D in a slightly broader sense, I mean, we argued yesterday, Nana and I argued a little bit, and I think Professor Dieter made the point that ICT4D can be more than just about economic growth, but can also be about empowerment. And if we think about empowerment, then it is what we can contribute as computer scientists, for example, is really to bring technology for increasing the openness of societies. So our assumption is that building openness into the policies and technologies will result in greater opportunities for developing countries. And we, as a computer science department, have a very strong interest in open data and opening up using ICT technology for sort of communication and opening up information and data. But then I think there's a very important point here, which I think I have here on the other side, that direct intervention is required to ensure that elements currently absent in the local technology and the social ecosystems are in fact made available. So now, I think this argument can easily and is often understood the wrong way around. So you put it upside down. So it doesn't mean that we need to ship our old computers there. So we don't need the elements that are missing, absent in the success or the role that we can play. But if you think of the way we look at information technology nowadays, like Vinod just showed us on his smartphone, I don't think what is missing in the developing world are the smartphones, but what is the modern technology that we're talking about is all the things that sort of run on top of this thing. So all the communication technology that you can have, all the information access that you get. So this is not a piece of hardware that is missing there, but it is in principle the information need that we want to fulfill. And in this sense, what is missing is the link of all this functionality we can build and to make it available to the people with the 2G network telephones. So in a way, what we need to do is to develop all the fancy, cool computer technology that we, the software that we're building now, but we need to transform it so that it works in the local context. And this is the way I understand this quote as well. So what we don't need is old computers, but we need new computer science. We need to jump in the developing countries with the infrastructure that is there, with new computer technology in the sense of computer science technology, information technology that we can offer, so that it leapfrogs basically the times we have now had been 10 years ago. So our approach is at the computer science department is to offer a computer science, a really core computer science master course, ICT for Development. And I really like one of the answers of some of the students who are here in the room why do you come and do this? And they said, oh yeah, because it's a practical course. We want to do something. And what they want to do is build things. And this is also where we're good at. What we can do is really build systems. And we want to build systems that are relevant in the local context. And this is the sort of the approach we take with our ICT for Development master course we have now. So the goal of the course is to raise the awareness of ICT in the developing world. So why on earth do we need to do this? Why do we need this course? But also particularly look at opportunities and challenges that exist in this context. And then lots of the things that we heard, how dependent the technology that we apply, and I mean, I'm not thinking about the hardware, but I'm more thinking also about the information technology that we're talking about, is really depending on the context. And every context needs a different solution. So what is specific about this course is really that it is run by people like me. I can do big computers. I know this is not my wardrobe at home. This is a supercomputer we have on the roof. It's one of the most powerful computers. So we can do enormous amounts of calculations every millisecond. But so this is sort of what we do as our core business. We understand formal models, how to translate problems in the world into something that can be calculated on a computer. We understand how networks work, how telephones communicate with each other. So really hardcore computer science knowledge is here, but we also combine it with the people from the international offices, with people who have enormous amount of experience of going to these to the deprived countries, the developing countries, and so forth. And I think this is really the approach we've taken as an ICT4D course, as a multidisciplinary course, as core computer science, in a core computer science approach. And as you've seen, we start from use cases that are gathered really in the field. So by the W4A team that has regular visits to Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso, and so forth. We've heard about this in the previous symposium. Ghana talked about it yesterday. He's sort of had a very strong work on requirement analysis, coming up with these kind of use cases. Gosa went there with Mirte last year, produced a number of very well described requirement analysis, and this is the starting point for our master course, so that people then study the social background and the requirements. They also have the symposium in the first week, so there should be a group of students here following this symposium, trying to also get a better sort of global overview of ICT for development. And then we are actually hands-on computer science. We're looking at how can we build an interaction prototype. So what are the human-computer interaction problems that you have to address, which is sort of part of the expertise of Victor. And then it's really about building a functional prototype, something you can, on the Casadaka, take to Mali and Burkina Faso I think in a month we do this, and testing it with the local farmers and getting the first feedback in a loop. So in the field, this is tested. And then in the end, the last week, it really is about sort of a first version of a production prototype, which obviously has to be justified in all the social science questions. And in that sense, is very multidisciplinary, but still, it is really a core computer science contribution we believe to give. And this is a big success, I would say, our course. We started out with very few people, and we got more, and now we're in the third, I think we're in the fourth year, and we have a big number. And of course, this number, this image is fake. This is what we computer scientists show to impress people. But this is the idea. So in next year, we'll be at 100 people, and this room will be too small. This is not an accurate slide. It is a slide I had 3 years ago, but I think that the general idea will still be the same. These are these red dots are computer science for development or ICT for development courses that were taught, not curricula, but courses. I have no idea why there is one in the middle of the Baltic Sea. No idea. But so as you can see, most of them, there are not that many. And most of them are actually not in an exact science, not in the computer science department. As far as I am aware, we are one of the very few departments of computer science really offering such a course. So I want to come back to the question and show of hands again. Who thinks that answer B is the correct one, the one that I should give? Okay, that was it. I want to thank you. I think what I wanted to show as well is that we started with connecting the unconnected, but I think it's also about very strongly connecting two things that are very strongly connected, namely research and teaching in ICT for development. And our goal is to really integrate this into the computer science curriculum and department and so forth.
Thank you very much. Can I also ask Gossa and Romy to come forward? We have some time for questions before we go into the coffee break. So unfortunately, we don't have a walk-around microphone, so you might have to talk a bit louder than normal. But are there any questions for either Romy and Gossa? Or?
Yeah, in the prototype we showed the prompts, the verbal prompts were in English. That's sort of, you can say this is a prototype, but this is sort of an analogy as to exporting old computers. You'll have to also export English with that. How do you deal? It doesn't show me how you deal with the multitude of local languages. Do you have English as an intermediate language?
Okay, I will try to answer.
Repeat the question.
So if everybody could hear the question, was, if I'm correct, about, well, the prototype, the questions you saw were in English, and, well, we can ship old computers, but now we should also ship English. The idea of this prototype is, of course, not to give this only in English, and for that reason we implement it in such a way that it can be adjusted to different languages. So different languages can be shown on the screen, but the voice you heard are actually simple voice files, so you can adjust them as well to the particular language in that area. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah.
I have a question to Dr. Sloba. Thank you very much for excellent presentation, as well as the two ladies there. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. My question is about the other institutions in Europe where ICT for development is being taught. Could you just briefly mention that? Is that possible? And my second question is, do you have some kind of working relationship with the other institutions that are teaching these courses? Thank you.
Ouch. So the answer is no, we don't have any big relationships with other educational institutions. We had 2 years ago in the symposium, we had Tim Unwin invited to an author of a very sort of critical ICT for development book. And he's, I think, the UNESCO chair for ICT for development at University of London. And their ICT for development is, they have a course, I think they even have a master program that is located in the Department of Geography. I'm aware of some teaching activities in Finland, and there is something in Sweden. In Manchester, do you know where this is? Which department is that?
Mathematics. And it's more information, management information.
Management information side.
Data.
Data. Okay, data. Wrong one. Yes. So, sorry, before I get to the question, has anybody else any pointers to educational programs? Andre, for example, do you know anything? No? Do you maybe? Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Rambaldi. I work for CTA in Wageningen. We don't do education, but we offer internship opportunities on ICT4D. And we are a development agency. We work in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. And so we have practical interactions on the field with development actors involved in agriculture, fisheries, and rural development in general.
So now I have a question to you.
Yes.
Do you have business cards that you could give to our students?
I have.
Okay, good. Yeah. Do you want to come up? Oh, there is it. Yeah.
Hi everybody, I'm from India, Anisha. So I was actually eagerly watching the whole PPT presentation, and the same way in India also we have program where the whole ICT for development is integrated into the curriculum. But how we do the whole thing is we bring in interdisciplinary team to take care of the different aspects.
Yeah, there's one more question.
So our students of the ICT4D course, sorry, you have a question. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm still very curious to know what the role of the economic department would be, or the faculty, because I feel strategically it may be, I understand the technical challenges, but strategically I think the economic faculties could also have a role. Can you explain what they are currently doing in the multidisciplinary approach?
So I'm not sure you have better answers than I have, but I'll give it a go and then you take over. Hopefully you know more. So so I believe the team as it is now is more centered around social scientists and computer scientists. So we have people in land management, which I'm not sure which drawer to put them, but I know that there is very good work in the FAVA department as well on these issues, and it's obviously very important to understand both on the micro level and on the macro level how the interventions that you do really impact on the economic level and economic growth. So some of the interventions that you might have really have sort of negative effect on the economy and what you want to achieve, and that's obviously something where expertise from the more economic side is really, really important, and it's probably a shortcoming, at least that as I can see from our end, that we don't take this into account sufficiently. But probably Hans and Anna might have different views on this.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan. Well, I would like to say that we have here one of the speakers, is Professor Sadito, and he's a rural economist, and we work very closely with him. He is from the University of Development Studies in Ghana, and he will give a talk later. So the economic perspective is on ICT4D is also very important, really.
I tend to agree with the former questioner, let's say, in the sense, but also more in the practical sense. If you develop prototypes, you may want to look at the business model behind the prototype to make it turn it into a real application in real life. And business development does not start at the end. I think it starts at the beginning, before you start to prototype. So I would really plead for involving economic development into ICT4D.
Yeah. So I have to take this, and then I give this back to Anna. If I make so what I really like about these points is that it sort of seems we all sort of fighting for, oh, can we have a piece of the ICT4D problem? And this is really perfect, of course. And I think you're absolutely right. There needs to be a very strong economic understanding. There needs to be a very strong situation on the ground, land management. My presentation was mostly about the inside that we as computer scientists have to take the responsibility for turning this into an issue we have to work on, and in which we are really responsible for providing good ICT4D. And this is in no way meant to exclude anybody from the cake. So I think there is enough problems to solve for all of us. So, and absolutely right, we should really look at this in a very, very broad context. And we're definitely going to do this. So Andre's answer to the question, which faculty should this be in, is absolutely the right one. It has to be everywhere.
Thank you, Stefan. Well, our students, so there are a few questions we are about to do. Our students prepared a question for the speakers. So I would like to give the mic to Gillian. Can you come over here to? So you prepared a question for Stefan.
Good morning, everyone. So our question is to, but I don't know how to pronounce your name, to be honest. So in the lecture last week, we have appointed ICT4D in some regions of northern Ghana and Mali. And regarding prototypes, you have to duplicate them in some ways, some time. So our question was really, why did you choose like these regions to work on, also for you to like these regions to develop your prototype? And do you think that from that population that you can generalize your prototypes to maybe Zimbabwe or South Africa?
I think we started out with West Africa because we have contacts there, such as Professor Sadito in Ghana. And if you want to develop a prototype, you should first develop it on a small scale before you roll it out in a broader environment. But I think you could say that most of Africa would be similar in terms of environments, but there are, of course, differences in terms of how people live, and there are many cultural differences. So if you want to enroll this on a broader scale, or to Zimbabwe or South Africa, you should go to the local context again and try to find out what the differences are in order to make a new system. Is that your question? Or?
Well, yeah, but then raise the question then, why do you choose that approach? Because I can understand from my experiences that people in South Africa adapt to technology differently than people in Ghana or Mali or whatsoever. So my real question was like, regarding also this course, why do you choose really to focus on these points, and why didn't you distribute like Ghana, Zimbabwe, maybe even Rwanda, whatever with that?
Yes. So the question was also, why do we focus in this course on these specific use cases?
Yeah, in the areas.
And the areas. Yeah. And I think I have to sort of point back to what Gosse said, that I think our approach is very strongly based on the assumption that you really understand the local context in order to be able to develop the technology so that it works in this local context. So this approach only works if we have the means to understand the local context. And so the reason why we chose to concentrate on these countries is because it's feasible to understand enough of the local context for this to be meaningful. So there's nothing wrong with trying to extend this to Zimbabwe or other places, or Suriname or South Africa. But it simply is that we do not have the expertise to support this then anymore. And one of the very strong things of the course, I think, is that the team of Anna and Victor and Hans and Wendelin in the back, they are going to Burkina Faso and Mali to actually test the things that you built. I mean, we have a course that is 5,000 kilometers away from the place where the problem is. And I think that it's very strong, in my opinion, that we managed to sort of integrate your results as students into the local context. And this only works because we have the contact there, and because we can focus, we have to focus. But still, I mean, I think we are already very proud that we can do this in Ghana, and in Mali, and in Burkina Faso, and maybe in Senegal in the future. And but it all depends on understanding the local context. That's one of the main ideas of this course. Yes?
Well, yeah, the background of our question was more like if we are developing something, also in IT and information systems, then it should, and you want to expand it and really make a difference, maybe 1% difference, then you should be able to duplicate what you have created locally. So that's the background of our question.
It's a very interesting research question. How do you sort of scale this up? It was one of the questions that I wanted to ask Nana yesterday, but there was no time.
Stefan, I think I would want to come in there.
Yeah, sure.
When you get a prototype in a particular, thank you. So you get one place, you get a prototype. When you get to the other place, all you need is to modify it. That's all there is. So you cannot go everywhere at once. So you go somewhere, get a prototype. When you are going to the next place, as I said, you go to the local context, look at it, and see how you can use that to modify whatever you've done. So basically, that's what is actually happening now.
I understand, sir, but if we check what we are doing right now, for example, I've been in Ghana before, and if I check what people in Tamale does and people in Ada do, the deviations of the adaptation that you're talking about are very significant. So you have to be sure, that's my opinion, of course, that whenever you are developing that prototype, that it could cope with all the deviations of every area that you want to visit. So that's really good.
Well, I guess funding is bottom line.
Well, funding shouldn't be.
And then as human beings, yeah.
Thank you, Professor. The last question by Francis.
Yeah, thank you. My question would go to Gosa and for their work on Casa Data and probably specifically Digivet. So you talked about the prototype and about the diseases and all that, and I'm guessing with time things could change. There could be changes in information on diseases or animals, and I'm wondering what exactly is the intention of updating the information, especially in relation to scalability, because as the question is being asked, you intend to scale it to different places. So if this gets to that level, what exactly is the intention of updating the information on the system?
Yeah. Should I use the mic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Francis, for this question. Well, it's actually a very good question, and we've talked about that like many times. And one of the ideas that we have is that you need a local veterinarian who is capable to use the computer so he can update the database which contains all this information. And I think it's, I hope that's your answer.
Another question?
Well,
I think we're running out of time, so I hope you can save your question for the next round. So I think that we are moving now to the next group of speakers. And Victor, you're going to introduce.
We have coffee first.
You're right.
So just to
Okay.
make sure that everybody.
There's no time for coffee anymore.
So we ate a bit into your coffee time. So let's we have 15-minute coffee break. So let's start again at 11:25 and enjoy the wonderful VU coffee. So we'd like to thank the speakers for the first round, and then we'll see the next few after. Thank you again.
We hadden een beetje de tijd gaat houden, mijn presentation.
Yes,
we moeten volgende week de tijd gaat houden. Anders dan wordt het 7 uur.
Dat is wel heel erg leuk. Maar we moeten wel verder.
Het is een beetje jammer, dit is wel een beetje nabeschading dat we alleen maar onze eigen dingen straks kunnen doen. En dan mensen uit India dat we geen vragen kunnen beantwoorden.
Ja, maar je hebt gelijk.
Nu hadden we heel veel tijd van
maar we hebben nu een beetje op de...
We hebben heel veel tijd van Finland kunnen krijgen, maar we zijn alsnog 10 minuten te laat. Dus we moeten dat straks kunnen...
We moeten het een beetje in de gaten houden.
Ja, anders zijn we straks 2 minuten lunch of zijn we een uur te laat. Dat kan echt. We moeten even straks voor de... Anna, als de studenten moeten, als jij ze nou even naar voren haalt aan het einde van het praatje, dan staan ze alvast klaar. Dan kan iedereen zien dat ze klaar staan. Dan doen we die eerst en dan kunnen we daarna de discussie. Wil je alsnog om de beurt?
Om de beurt vragen? Nee, doe maar aan het eind, want dan gaat het sneller.
Ja, ik denk dat.
Ja.
So you are. Which presentation? VU. Community oriented?
Yep. Yeah, good morning, sir. Hi. So I present first. Slept well? Yes, I did. I don't know what the order is.
Let's put your name here, then we. So we know.
Thank you.
Ja, die moeten we ook inderdaad. Ja.
So it's a PDF file. ICT4D configuration. And you open it like
That's good. Yeah. So here you can find it, the Zoom.
Yeah.
You know, probably that full screen.
Yes, full screen.
Okay. Okay, so that's fine. So then we have Phil and Professor here.
I pull it now?
Yeah, sure.
I'm very close. I'm from Kerala.
We gaan kondigen. Slide.
Zij is eerste.
Ja. En even kijken, ik moet even aankondigen over wifi. Ja, doe maar gewoon meteen op F5.
Ja, dat ziet er goed.
Kan jij ook even gaan met setup doen? Ja, jij zal dit omdat je het iemand het is voorgelegd. Geen vanuit jou was. Je moet even goed in de gaten houden, het heel erg veel tekst op staat.
Dat er heel veel tekst op staat.
Ja, dat gaat zeker.
Over de tijd heen. Ja. Dus jij wil ons aankondigen?
Okay. Sorry. Is this on? Oh, no, okay. Can I please request everybody to come to the room and take a seat again? We're going to start again. So please take a seat. Can I please request everybody to come back and have a seat? Because we have very nice speakers, so it's worth it. So before we announce the speakers, I have a short announcement. For those that wish to use the VU wireless, we have a number of wireless authentication codes. You can pick them up in the back where you also get to the registration. So there's a whole, they're very complicated codes, but if you do that, you can use the VU wireless. So please, if you need one now, you can pick one up and spend some time configuring your Wi-Fi. Okay, so then without further ado, I will not announce the next speakers, but I will announce the person who will announce the next speakers. So that's a bit more complicated, but I'm sure it will be fine. So Professor Hans Akkermans will announce the speakers. He was actually the promoter of Nana Bhajan's thesis that you heard so much about already. So he will announce both Sadito and Nana.
Yeah, it's an honor to me to introduce the next two speakers from Ghana. So this is the block where you will see the views from people from Ghana. First, Nana Bhajan defended his PhD thesis yesterday. So there is an error in the program. He is announced as a PhD candidate. And I used to talk about him as my PhD student, but both things are no longer true. So my colleague Nana Bhajan, he will not really talk about the work in his PhD thesis, but in the last chapter of his PhD thesis, he develops a number of ideas how ICT education should be in the African context and beyond. And actually, I asked him to especially speak about that, because the theme is called community service and education of this symposium. And Nana has basically put down ideas on that from the Ghanaian point of view in his last chapter. So that is the focus. And I also want to announce my good colleague, Professor Sadito. He was a member of the reading committee. He is from the University for Development Studies in Tamale in northern Ghana. UDS is interesting as a university because it has the vision, the key strategic vision, that the university, their university, has to have a key role in regional rural development. So that is the focus of this university as a whole. Later this afternoon, we will hear a speaker from India, Manisha. I was a bit late because I had to get her from the airport. Also there, her university, Amrita University, has the vision that community service and education is not just a byproduct, but it's the core thing what the university should do. And I think they have implemented that in their programs, and it's very worthwhile to see how they do that for this university. So please, Sa and Nana,
enlighten us.
Very good. Thank you, Hans. And thank you, the whole team, for inviting me again. I'm really very happy that I can come again to share what we are doing in UDS. As you are told, UDS is a university that believes a lot in community development. But generally, I have only 15 minutes, so I'll run through a whole lot of things. And the first point I want to make is about formal education, generally in Ghana and I think developing countries. That it is a bit elitist, and it is still that way, mainly because of history, partly because of a high cost of education generally, and also because people believe, especially in the rural areas, they believe that you lose income when somebody's going to school and never finishing. And that itself has created a lot of problems with regards rural, urban, or I would say urban-rural divide, male-female divide, north-south divide within Ghana. And those are very important divides, leading to a digital divide for sure. All I'm saying is that in Africa generally, and in Ghana in particular, a female in a rural area in the northern part of Ghana is the most disadvantaged in all areas, including the digital divide, and that can be a big problem. Now, another problem that arises is research in rural areas. The research in rural areas, because of what has happened already, hasn't really achieved what we believe it should achieve, and that partly because we researchers actually don't seem to want to take what the people know into consideration in many things that we do. And in the end, we do things that they don't even appreciate and they don't even think it's useful. Now, the University for Development Studies was established basically to try and handle this problem. The mandate given the university is to blend the academic world with the community in order to provide constructive interaction between the two for the total development of Northern Ghana in particular and the country as a whole. That's a mandate. That clearly tells us that the university is supposed to do something quite different from the other universities. So we normally talk of the university as a community-oriented multi-campus institution in the northern Savannah part of Ghana, which is very close to other areas within the Savannah zone. And the mission, there are a few things about the mission which I think I should point out from the beginning. That is, it is to promote equitable and sustainable socio-economic transformation of communities through practically oriented, community-based problem solving, gender sensitive, and so on, in terms of research, teaching, learning, and outreach programs. Also, it is to develop its ICT infrastructure as a driving force for the education of more people more rapidly, and especially into advanced community and national development. In other words, our mandate is really to look at what is happening at the community level, and that is really what we are supposed to be doing. So here, I really want to just mention a few things that UDS is doing as an example of what we are supposed to be doing and so on. We have what we call the third trimester system, where instead of a two semester, we have a 3 semester within a year. And the third trimester is devoted for practical work in the communities. So you have about 10 to 15 students in different disciplines coming together, going to a community and staying there for those 8 weeks, and working with the community members. And this is for all members of all students within the university, and that had been on since we started. Now, that whole program, including our research, is based on a very simple principle, which we developed, and we call it the plug-in principle, which I just want to mention briefly. I think some of you have probably come across it in a couple of places. And the plug-in principle is a very simple principle, I would say. Basically, we are talking about what is happening in the community. Okay, this pointer. We are talking about what is happening in the community, and we believe that anything anybody wants to do, any intervention, any researcher going to do, is plugging in. In other words, things continue, and whatever you are trying to do is to plug in. Normally, we say we want to be changers, that is, change agents. We don't really believe that you can change anything. We believe that you can better situations, but you can't change situations. And we've seen that over time. That no matter how you try, a system will be what it is. You can better it, we agree, but to try and change it, you always fail. And we've seen that over and over again. And we believe that if you really want to better a situation, your first start is to understand that situation. In other words, if you are going to better this situation, the first thing is, do you understand what is there? Not only do you understand, do you appreciate what is happening there? So many people think that, well, this is primitive. What you are doing is primitive. No, it's not. It is because you have not understood what they are doing. If you understand what they are doing and put yourself in their position, the likelihood is that you might have also done the same thing. And therefore, the first thing is to understand what they are doing, appreciate what they are doing, and then try to see whether you can plug in and plug in well. What normally happens is that when you understand what you are plugging in, you may even modify it. What you wanted to bring initially, you modify it because you now understood why they are doing what they are doing. And when you do it rightly, you find out that what comes together is a product that you can actually get. Basically, that's what it is. Now, this applies to many, many things. I'm calling this technical, but if you go a step further, it can also be social. In other words, your cultural practices, the same thing. I'm not talking of them as separate, they're actually together. You have to look at the cultural practice of the people as well, and look at what you are, the new ideas you are bringing in, are they culturally acceptable within the system? Or what you are bringing, is it likely they will be able to adjust? Because if you really understand them well, and you plug in very well, even their cultural situations can be changed, or at least can be accepted by what you are doing. Only if you understand what they are doing. Basically, that's what the plug-in principle is trying to talk about. And the salient point within the plug-in principle is that scientific knowledge cannot replace existing knowledge. And here, I'm always worried about this word scientific, because what the people are doing, when you look carefully at it, most of it is scientific. It is just that somehow we don't see it that way sometimes. So we are saying that the plug-in is whatever you are trying to plug in is narrower than what is there. Because if you don't plug in, the people will be there. They will still exist. They may not be at the best of what they should be, but they will still be there. So your plug-in cannot claim to be better than what is already there. If you have that mindset, you plug in well. If you have the mindset that, well, what I'm bringing is far superior than what you have, you end up having a problem. And that's the point we're trying to make. To successfully plug in, there's a need to thoroughly understand the situation, as I've said, and community members have to cannot accept the message unless they accept you as the messenger. So we try hard to make sure that we deal with the community, they understand, they accept you as a messenger because you are part of them, you understand them, and they understand you. And plugging becomes much easier, and they know exactly what's happening. The understanding and appreciation of the existing situation helps to modify interventions and get things going. Now, the UDS So that is the third trimester. So with that kind of background, we started looking at a few things that we can do. One of them was the problem-based learning. That is in the area of health education. So the UEDS has taken up the PBL. NUFIC helped us to get Maastricht University to help us to actually run that program. So our medical program is basically PBL. Initially, we actually wanted it to be more of preventive rather than curative. But it looks like everybody wants to be a medical doctor or a nurse or something, and therefore they are not going the way we should have gone. We are hoping that that can change. Then we have the community-based research. And for the community-based research, we've actually done a lot of work with this university and with other universities. I just want to pick a few of those ones since I don't have so much time. The kinds of things that we have done, I'll start with this one. We came up a collaborative research with some Dutch institutions, including University of Amsterdam, African Studies Center. Some of you may be Prof. Tondis. Tondis, we worked with him for quite a long time and still working with him at the African Studies Center. We together came up with this participatory assessment of development, PADEF. It's a very important tool we are using to do some assessment. And it all has to do with, again, with our participatory methods. We also with Burkina Faso. Again, maybe why Ghana, Northern Ghana, Burkina Faso. Somehow, there are people there who are ready to think alike. It was developed over a 5-year period in Northern Ghana, Burkina Faso. Research areas were chosen mainly because there had been a lot of foreign, especially Dutch cooperation in those areas. The PADEF methodology comprised several participatory exercises that ran in the field, and you may run one over a period of 3 days and so on. But basically, it is going to the community, understanding what they are doing, finding out what they regard as development or not development, what they benefit most, who benefits from development. In other words, when there's an intervention, there are several kinds of people in the system. Though you cannot say that this is a community, even within the community, there are differences in terms of wealth, differences in terms of their outlook, who benefits from the kind of intervention that you have brought, which group of people benefit. That's very important for you to think ahead as to what you can do next. And that is what PADEF is about. PADEF, we've used it in many students. Some students are still using it. Right now, we have a PhD student in Wagner University using it to do her PhD research and so on. And a number of Dutch students have used it to do their master's programs at the University of Amsterdam and a few other places. All right, so that's PADEF. It's mainly used for ex-post assessment, but you can clearly use it for community and district plans because you already know who benefits, who doesn't benefit, what intervention works, what intervention doesn't work. Then we use it to try and do community and district action plans. That has been very, very important. The emphasis for community to assess in a systematic way development interventions and who benefits and so on, as I've already said. There's a guidebook produced by the African Studies Center in Leiden, and it's in the net. You can easily look at it. Very important. Then we have this other very important program with we call it SISLM, and there are many people here who have been part of or who are really mainly part of SISLM, and Sabida and Wendelin, they're all here. And it was a UNEP-funded project, again based on sustainable land management. I think the CIS is very strong in that. It involved Morocco, Uganda, South Africa, Ghana. And basically what we are talking about is actually here. That is local community innovations are succeeding where formal research has actually failed in so many things. And here are these are two very good examples where these two are community innovations by the people themselves in a very, very simple way of getting manure, local manure. And then and the top one is by women in a particular area, and the bottom one is by some men in another community. And all we did was try and see what are they doing? Can we learn from what they are doing? Can we improve on what they are doing? Can we upscale it? Those are the kinds of things that we're looking at in SIKS, and it has worked, I think, very beautifully. Again, SIKS involves so much of interacting with the people. That's what I'm trying to stress in all what I'm saying. Continue interacting with the people, and more importantly, only exchanging information. That is, you don't only just meet the people. For example, the top there, we take one community to another community to see what they are doing, and vice versa. We even go across countries to see what is happening. And that has been very important. That had really been some of the things that we did. Morocco, South Africa, Uganda, so on. Now coming to what we have been doing here, the ICT for development. Again, we've been working with the institute, the Network Institute, in some of these things. The route, when they came up, we went through so many places. And again, the emphasis here is dealing with community. This is the chief. So when you go to the chief, you try to interact with him, interact with the community, try to understand what is happening, to be able to really get what is happening. Those up there are just showing their mobile phones. In the community there, just try to tell us that yes, it's the same thing all over the place, even though, as the director said, sanitation may not be anything, but they hold the mobile phone issue of Ghana as well. The same thing, we have a lab, we call it Living Lab, again in Guabulga, which I think Gossa mentioned, where they've been working with, again, trying to be with the community as much as possible to be able to get information to better what they are doing and not definitely to change anything. Now, the part of that, we had the tailor-made training in ICT for water, food and water security in Ghana, again with the Network Institute here, and that is where you see and others, all part of it, giving the lecture there. They have so many other collaborations of different types. Here is trying to do some mapping in a collaborative way in the community. Here is a very different project where a student is learning about herbs, and this old man is teaching her a few things about herbs. Yes, he's illiterate, if we call it that way. People normally say illiterate. I don't believe that anybody is illiterate, but he is teaching a PhD student or a master's student about herbs, and they know a lot about herbs which you can learn from. And that has been very, now again, so many, trying just to show exactly how they, again, yes, these are researchers, and if you go in there and the people are sitting on the ground, and why don't you join them and actually get the information that you want to get? Now the perspectives. Development is about people and about communities. We believe that. Appreciation and use of the knowledge of main stakeholders, that's the farmers and so on, critical in the pursuit of sustainable development. In other words, if we really want sustainable development, we better look on the ground, we better try and get information from the ground to be able to get whatever kinds of products that we're talking about to be able to help them. That is the only way it can be sustainable. Now, ICT for development is key to reaching people, especially rural people in developing countries, and appropriate ICT tools have to be continuously improved based on continuous interaction with the people. Basically, that's what we're trying to make. UDS, a community-oriented university, with this location in the heart of the savannah. Now, we're talking about heart of savannah. It runs through all of this, Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, northern Nigeria, all of that. We believe that we are in the center there. Not only that, we have these French-speaking countries around us. We are English-speaking, we have the French-speaking countries around us. That is a very positive thing for us. And we believe that we are so central that it's an ideal regional or even continental point for training, research and outreach center for community development and community service in the West African sub-region. So probably that answers your question as to why this stress on Northern Ghana, Burkina Faso, because we are in the center. We're in the center, we are speaking English, the French-speaking people are all around us, and we believe that we can easily reach virtually anywhere, and therefore, if you start from there, it's very easy to get to Zimbabwe and South Africa. Thank you very much. I think my time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sa, for your very inspiring lecture. We will save the questions for after Nana's presentation. So now I'm introducing Nana. He doesn't need any introduction because he has been introduced already several times by, today. So Nana, I give you the floor.
Yes, hello everyone. I want to give you a perspective in Ghana, and this is coming from work that I did in my thesis that I defended yesterday. It's not comprehensive, but I hope to answer any question that comes after this. The idea of computer science, modern computer science, is largely Western. And if you look at what the likes of Alan Turing and the rest did in computer science, you see that there is a historical aspect of computer science to its teaching in developed countries. Okay, so Turing had to find a way of cracking the enigma and secret codes, and this developed into what we have today. Some of these ideas are what developed into what we have today as modern computer science. So Turing is often referred to as the father of modern computer science even. We don't have that advantage in Africa. In Africa, what we have is perhaps the father of the internet. I mean, if you talk about the internet, and the internet started already in the early 50s, and we have the father of the internet that's bringing internet to Africa for the first time in the 90s. You see the difference. I mean, it's not the same. It doesn't have the same connotation. So this man brought the first connection of the entire continent of Africa to the internet in 1996. Whereas developed countries had this running for quite some time. So computer science to an African, I argue, should be different from how it is to, say, a Westerner or someone from a developed country. Now, computers in Africa. So this is actually online, that the first computer in the whole of Central Africa is known to have been installed in 1960. I mean, the whole of Africa, think about it. 1 billion people already. We had our first computer only in 1960. And if you look at how that has informed its education, you realize that the standard curricula that is being used in most of these universities are based on ACM, IEEE standards that don't even talk about the environment and climate issues. The problem with that is that in Ghana, if you compare, say, Ghana and the Netherlands, you see a car, there's actually a car moving. So it's so, and that's not only in the rural areas, even in some urban areas you find this. I mean, that's the reality. And yeah, if you compare to Amsterdam, I mean, kids, so they are carrying children and riding bicycle, there's no dust there. Now, it has implications for complex machines in computers that have to be installed in universities or in some research laboratories. If the area is dusty, then you bring, then you have to take into account the kind of machines that you have to be working with under these conditions, you see. So there are real challenges. I mean, inadequate electricity infrastructure. Many of you might not be aware, but your computer can just go off because the electricity just went out. What can you do about that? I mean, you have to support us with a generator or something. This has to be taken into account, you see. We have the problem of counterfeit products. I already mentioned about natural environments that are different from where these tools have been developed and been prototyped. Other issues such as lack of warranty and which makes purchases risky. Lack of qualified staff and personnel to work on some of these very advanced machinery and technology. So what is the way forward? What I argue is that in addition to the theoretical computer science that is taught in Africa mostly, there should be the practical hands-on projects to develop skills of students. Teaching should be context sensitive. It shouldn't only be about the theories, but it should also relate to how it applies to the context. And if you have realized, not many research is coming from a part of Africa because there's not been a lot of international pushing for recognition from what is being done in Africa. I think that should be promoted through conferences and publications, etc. And I wait here for the rest of questions if there are. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Nana, very much for your talk. So we had two very interesting talks. First from Sadito about the plugging principle, about going to communities and doing your education community-based. And Nana explains how computer science should be in an African context. So are there any questions, please? I see a hand in the back. Giacomo?
Nana, I'm a bit surprised about the bleak picture you have shown about Africa. I know Africa also as an emerging continent of innovation. And I've been in Rwanda, for example, and this is where a government is pushing on ICT innovation. Yeah. There are other examples, Kenya, and not very many, but there are. Yeah. And I think that one thing which I would mention is that policy, the framework, the government framework should be conducive to influencing how ICTs are dealt with throughout the education system and so on. So at our end, we have to make sure, we have to do our best to make sure that the government understands the power of ICTs and creates an enabling environment for ICT to thrive. And I would say that Rwanda is an example on that front. If you can comment on that.
Well, sorry if I painted a very bleak picture about the continent. I think the point I was trying to make is that there are real challenges when it comes to teaching computer science in Africa. I mean, Rwanda is, you can also agree that Rwanda is a very special case with all kinds of good things happening there. But generally, if you look at, I mean, I'm from Ghana. My first surprise when I came to Amsterdam was that I could wheel my luggage from my hostel to the airport without having to lift anything that heavily. I mean, unless I was going into a metro or something, I could just wheel the bag right from my home to the airport. I mean, it was a big surprise for me. There are real challenges when it comes to teaching computer science, simply because of the factors that I mentioned. there's this, and Prof also mentioned, there's this elitist mentality that is associated with such things, and that has to be changed. If we have to wait for the government, I'm not sure. Government really works very, very slowly where I come from.
So thank you, Nana. I think that from the talk that we had, we can really learn that context is important for ICT4D, both from San's talk as from Nana's talk. I will give the question to Alan as one of the students of ICT4D course, and he has a question to Nana.
No.
Sorry.
Yes, indeed. I have a question for Professor Dr. Sarito. Since you are working with both the communities and the community members, and at the same time the more, let's say, urban people, I could imagine that for the urban people it's quite difficult to understand what is actually going on inside the communities. So my question to you, in your experience, what is the most stupid or embarrassing thing that you have seen them do, urban people in the community?
Okay, there are two different kinds of urban people. There are some people who are urban, but everything about them is rural. So those you can add to the rural because they don't have a problem. But the urban elites, their biggest problem, I'm talking about the urban African elite, their biggest problem is that they don't even know their countries. Yeah. They don't. Yes. And that has a serious problem for us because they are the people, or we, I'm part of one of them, are the people who send our children to school. They come up and they are at the top. They know nothing about the country and they are ruling. So we have a big problem there. So when you know nothing about Africa, that people ruling have no idea about what the countries look like, but they have no idea. Go to school in the city, you end up somewhere, and you are put there as a politician, and that's all you are. That can be really terribly embarrassing for us because there are people here who know Africa more than Africans. Yeah. And I'm talking of top level, well-educated Africans. Terribly embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And other student is
Jan Ferguson. Thank you. I have a question for Nana.
Yes.
It's about Radio Marché.
Yes. Okay.
It's been running for a few years, as far as we know, and we're interested to learn how successful the platform is, and also how successful it is as a business model, okay, and what future work do you foresee?
Okay.
So thank you for the question. Yesterday, during my defense, someone asked me if they gave me 5 million euros, what would I do with Radio Marché? I think it's similar to that. So Radio Marché was part of an EU funded project. And although we got very good evaluation results from it, it had to come to an end at some point. But what that sparked is the interest, and now we have things like Casadaka and other research along the way. So the interest and also the ecosystem of local developers that we built in Mali around this, it helped to spin off these ideas that okay, this can be done, but in a different way. So it might not be that the prototype or the project is online, but it has other offshoots like what's happening in ICT4D, even at the field.
Yes. Yes, a lot of questions. So first, go here. Three questions to me.
All right. My name is Mansai. I'm from South Africa. I just want to give a comment about Nana's, Dr. Nana's, you have just got it. You really have to be called doctor. Your presentation and your comments about in Africa computer science came only some years ago. I do understand, and I want other people to understand that the internet will always, or the general information will always come quickly with the negatives. South Africa is completely different. It has always had computer science classes long before 1994. I think you said it came first in 1994?
96.
96. By then, I was already using a computer.
No, the internet.
Even the internet, I was using it very effectively during that time. I was already lecturing at university. So this is in agreement with Professor Sa that, you know, many people don't know what is available for them in their backyards. Thank you.
Want to react to that, or should we go to the next one? Anna, you want to react to this?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should have included in my definition of where I was talking about, but I mean, South Africa is of course different also with Rwanda. These are, I mean, you can find that even in India, there are specialized areas where there is real development, and then you can find also real underdeveloped and people who are not connected to the grid as it were. So that is when I talk about these places, I'm referring to these rural areas where development is really distant and haven't reached them. And these are very many people. They are very, very, very vast areas in Africa where this is happening.
Okay, so there was some questions here.
My name is Caroline Figueira. I would like to make a comment and a question to Professor Sa. The first comment is related to what you mentioned about embarrassing in Africa. I can reassure you that it's the same in Europe. So don't worry, politicians in Europe not always know what people are thinking. So it's not specific for Africa. The other thing is, I would like to talk from my background. I used to work at ICT, so from this knowledge in ICT for development, I was very interested in your plug-in principle. I fully agree with what you say about that it's important to know what the community are doing and why they are doing it. What we have seen is that the fact that you introduce ICT in this community is really disruptive in some way that they are changing the way they are working. And I was wondering if you have seen that in your project, where you introduce ICT, that you were creating this change in the way people are doing these things.
Well, I think the important thing is what you are trying to introduce there. For example, we agree that virtually everywhere the phone, mobile phone, is spread, and everybody agrees with it, and they are using it very well. And what we've realized, even in the rural areas, is the importance of the mobile phone in terms of agricultural information flow. And they all know that it is easy to sell something or get information on marketing of their produce by the mobile phone than trying to get by any other means. So they are ready to buy units, credit, and use the phone rather than travel because they know it's cheaper. And that's a lot of positive. And definitely it's part of ICT, I would think. So it depends on what you actually send to them. And the first thing is to understand what they want, what can benefit them by this discussion thing we've been doing. You go and sit with them and just find out exactly what are they doing, what interests them, what will they go for. And then from there to see how you can improve it. Not just, I mean, sending Facebook to them, definitely can disrupt the whole process. And that will not, nobody will probably ask for it. Maybe one school child or something will want to look at that, but that is not really what is relevant to them. So it all depends on what relevant ICT tool or information are we sending to them. I think we must be able to get the appropriate things for them, just like even technology itself. There's so much of it that if we don't find out from them what is relevant for them and just push anything, we'll disrupt the whole place. It can be more disastrous, it can be more destructive than helping them. I don't know what I've made sense, but.
Yes, a question.
Yes, so there's only time for one short question now.
It's basically a follow-up to that, because in the West this is happening too, right? Disruptive things, people would say Uber is disruptive for taxi, B&B is disruptive for Amsterdam hotels. I think I understand this point, but what would be the next mobile phone? How do you decide? Because this, by the way, this wasn't plugged in the sense it was just docked there, and somehow it.
Yeah. Okay. That's quite true. To a large extent, it was plugged in. You see, what really happened for most communities is that somebody, one person, had a phone, went in there and started using it. And people started asking questions. What is this thing you are doing? Maybe I should give you a little story. An old lady saw this guy walking and talking. Came and tell her, look, he met one nice guy. Very good, well-dressed. But he's mad. How can he be walking and talking alone? All right? That's the beginning of plugging. She was trying to really find out what is happening to this very nice, young, nice guy who is mad and talking by himself. Okay? So that alone, at least, there's some degree of plugging in there, because maybe from the other side, she was really trying to find out what is this. Later, she found out that, oh, she can talk with the child in the village, in the city, through that thing. And it's useful. So anything that comes and they realize that it is useful and they decide that it is useful, it is plugged in already. So the important thing is, what is it that is useful to them? They all found out that the mobile phone is useful to them, and they all go by it. To the extent that virtually every house in the villages, at least one person has a phone, and they all come around and use it until somebody else gets another one, and somebody gets another one. And it's just going on like that. So what is useful to them, to us, is already plugged in, and it's automatic in a sense. What is not really useful, and you have to spend time to let them know that it is useful, then you spend a number of days or years trying to plug in. Others almost instantaneously. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, there's no time for. I see all these questioning faces, so I'm sorry I have to cut it short because there are other really nice talks coming up. But I'd like to thank both of you for two great talks that enlighten us about Africa, education, Africa, and community service. So thank you very much. Yeah.
So now we're moving from Ghana, we're moving to India, the next block of our invited speakers. I have to introduce to you Professor Manisha Ramesh. She just flew in this morning from India, and we're very happy to have her here. And she will present her story. And then we have Professor Jacqueline Boers, and she is from this university, but she also works in India. And she will talk after Manisha. But first of all, Professor Manisha Ramesh, we met each other for the first time in October 2014 here at this university when you were visiting with a delegation from Amrita University. And it was like we really had the same mindset, because you were working on living labs and we were doing the same. And we were working in West Africa and we were working in India. And there were so many parallels that we just thought that we should work together. And then something happened that was really nice, and that was that both our universities signed an MOU in March. So the presidents of both universities signed commitments to each other that there should be some collaboration, so that was even better for our plans. So Professor Manisha Ramesh. She is the director of the Center for Wireless Networks and Applications of Amrita University, and she's going to tell you something about well, her work. So Manisha, I give you the floor.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's better.
Yes. You want to use the microphone or just should I put it in here? You want me to put the microphone in here or just walk around?
I can walk around.
Okay.
I'm totally unaware of the time, so I think it's afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. And I would thank Dr. Hans Ackermans and also Anna for giving me this opportunity to come here and describe about what we are doing. I have too many slides, so I may be going fast. And at any point you feel like stop me, just feel free to stop me. So this is regarding a work which is doing in Amrita University. And especially Amrita University, the difference is it is actually the chancellor of the university is a very famous humanitarian. That brings in the difference for the university. So they look forward for having youngsters who is actually who is willing to take care of the society. So that's the motto which is behind the university, and that's why the different programs also developed in that manner. And with all these things, there is a lot of focus on research, and we are very happy to know that we are the #1 private university which is in the THE ranking currently in the country. And this is our chancellor who is actually providing us the vision to move forward. And our parent organization is the Mata Amritantamai Mutt, which works a lot on different areas like disaster management. Sorry, when transfer disaster management, empowering students, empowering women. They have a lot of infrastructure work. So many are there. So now I move on to the Living Labs. What do you mean by Living Labs? It is basically we are trying to give a unique opportunity for the students and the faculty in the university, where they are able to have an experiential learning, interdisciplinary research, which can help in bringing sustainable solutions. So that is what we are. So whatever it is theory into practice program that will facilitate research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions. And let us see how we are moving forward with that. So the first thing what we look forward is we want the students to live in that area. As the earlier presenters have expressed, you have to know the context. So unless you live, you are not going to do it. So live, you explore, and then you design it. So the design has to be also evaluated, tested. So you do it first set in the lab and second set in the field. So you design, test, implement, evaluate, and then deploy the things. And while you design, as earlier, I think one of the master students was asking about the scalability. As you design, the scalability has to be brought in. Some cases we can bring in at a stretch. Some cases it will be phased approach where the scalability will be building. So as of now, our parent organization has adopted more than 150 plus villages in the whole country, in the total of 27 states. As you all know, India has very large number of language also. So anything you build, it has to be multilingual. Otherwise, it's not going to fly. Okay, you cannot do anything in English. Okay, if you are doing for rural India. So that itself brings in a lot. So the major thing was we want to have sustainable development. So if you want to achieve sustainable development, you have to look into all the different pieces of it, which will help a village to be sustainable. So you have to look into education, skill development, healthcare, infrastructure, water and sanitation, income generation, empowerment, and a lot more. So these are only few things which made us to make our thematic areas as environment and farming, education and technology, infrastructure and facility, energy, health, and livelihood. So these are the thematic areas for living labs. And majorly, we are looking for all the people in the university to participate, and each of them have their own part to play in the whole thing. So there will be students who will be getting a lot of help in with respect to theory into practice. There are researchers who are able to experiment their research and see how it can be scaled up, how can the reliability be tested, is the usability being tested, all those things. And the university is naturally providing better education and providing better solutions for the society. So I hope the sound will come. Okay. Sorry, it shines. Because I wanted to show a quick video through the whole thing so that it's easy for you to understand.
With a spiritual and cultural history that dates back thousands of years, India has been a source of admiration and wonder. The famous author Mark Twain once wrote, "India is the cradle of the human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition." While India is an eclectic and vibrant mixture of cultures, traditions, customs, and people, it is also home to 33% of the world's poor. Among the poor that live in India, approximately 70% reside in rural areas and tribal communities, populations most adversely affected by the current global challenges. Therefore, it is at this grassroots level that the path to a sustainable future should begin. In early 2013, Amrita University's Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, proposed a program for Amrita students and faculty to collaborate with students and faculty from universities around the world. The Amrita Live-in Labs program was officially launched by Amrita University's Chancellor and the Executive Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, University of California, San Diego, on September 27, 2013. The program allows for participants to spend 2 weeks to 6 months in villages in India to understand challenges and develop sustainable solutions. Amrita Live-In Labs is a multidisciplinary theory into practice program that facilitates the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for current challenges faced by rural communities in India. The program allows participants to directly interact, observe, study, and live in rural communities, thereby inspiring innovation through empathy and understanding. Through direct field experience, the Amrita Live-In Labs program enables participants to implement theoretical knowledge from the classroom to address real-world problems. The program encourages students from multiple disciplines to understand challenges, define projects, and to implement, test, and eventually demonstrate innovative, affordable, and comprehensive solutions. Amrita has established the Live-In Labs program in several states across India. International students, both undergraduates and graduates, can spend 2 weeks to a semester as a member of an interdisciplinary team at one of the program sites. Amrita University's Live-In Labs program focuses on understanding challenges and developing sustainable solutions in the areas of health and livelihood, with a focus on developing low-cost diagnostic units, establishing micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Education and technology, with a focus on reducing the school dropout rate, developing awareness programs, creating tablet-based education programs utilizing innovative technology backed by pedagogy practices, establishing after-school education centers, and offering innovative computer-based skill training courses. Energy, with a focus on bridging the energy gap in rural communities by developing efficient energy management practices, by generating power from locally available renewable energy sources, and by developing distribution models for optimal power utilization in rural communities. Infrastructure and basic facilities, with a focus on developing infrastructure with locally available resources, developing low-cost water distribution systems, and creating rural sanitation models and systems. Environment and farming, with a focus on developing best practices in farming economics, establishing awareness programs for organic-based farming, creating micro-food processing units, and establishing seed fertility monitoring systems. Over the past year, many students from universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-In Labs projects. If you have a passion to serve the world's poor and wish to develop comprehensive solutions to foster their self-reliance, then the Live-In Labs program at Amrita is just for you. We welcome you to join us on our journey in building a sustainable rural India.
I think that gives you a fair amount of intro about the program. So, as I said earlier, the whole program is integrated into the curriculum in all the schools. So we have like 13 schools, which includes medical school, engineering, management, arts and science,
nanotechnology, biotechnology, Ayurveda, pharmacy, nursing, everything. So this whole Living Lab programs is integrated into the curriculum where they are able to earn credits from the whole thing. So the students will go to village, find out what is the problem. So they have a project identification phase. Then they have to build the team, because what we believe is anything you need to give as a solution to the village, it has to be interdisciplinary most of the time. Almost, I can say. So it is not possible for you to give a good solution from one area. Like if I am a computer science, I'll work alone and I'll do it. It's not going to work. It is not. So you have to build a team and then do village visits, which will help you to understand the context very well, what they need, what is their real problem. So that we have to unlearn our thoughts that, okay, this is what they need. And then you go into design, prototype development. And once they start into these phases, they will understand what are the skills I don't know. So you have to give them training in different things, which will help them to build those capabilities. And then go into the prototype development and testing, which may happen at the village or which may happen in our laboratories based on the type of the project. And once that is done, then you go for the actual implementation and maintenance and training. And it doesn't end with there. Whatever they do, we would like them to disseminate so that others get motivated by the work they are doing, so that this can be spread out to the whole world, which will help them to use it actually. So rather than, because if you see every year, students do a lot of projects and throw away. Can't we do it in a different manner? That's what we are trying to do it. But if you want to do it as a whole university, which consists of 18,000 students, you need a good infrastructure to do that. Because you don't want 18,000 students to go to village and go on interviewing to understand the requirements. Okay. So we have started building a platform which will allow us to collect all the data. So anybody goes to one village, they will collect the challenges about everything they are talking. This will get into the platform. So another group who want to go to that village will get those details. And sometimes some solutions you cannot finish within your period of study. So you must have done phase 1. So the phase 2, somebody want to take means I need to get everything. So everything will be in this software, which will help them to actually handle. So this becomes a computer science problem, but then you have to understand how this whole enterprise system has to be built and what are the needs and there, where you need rural management platform, which is capable to connect to all these 150 villages where bandwidth is an issue, everything is an issue. So the connectivity itself has to be brought in for this to work properly. So they may want to upload the surveys from the village itself because of the resource constraint. And then when they do designing, deployment, everything in village, everything you want to document and things like that, then gets into the platform so that it can be used again. And with respect to thematic areas, if I start with education, in the education sites, we have actually something called Amrita Right, which is like an adult education. That's where you are thinking that you have neo-literates in villages. How do you train them even to learn the language and the basic mathematics? So they have built tablet-based education where they are able to learn it, the writing skills and reading skills. And you have OLAPs, which is a science simulations, where it is used for the schools in the rural village who doesn't have the infrastructure. How do I have used this? And this has been adopted by the school system in the whole country, and 14,000 schools are using it. You have Value, which is the virtual laboratories, which basically use the laboratories for the higher education in the rural side. And you have remote triggered things which will help you to use the equipments which are in good institutions. So I am in a rural college, but I don't have the equipments which I want to work with. So how can I utilize the equipments which are there in the universities in the urban areas, but through a scheduling mechanism, and remotely I should be. So like in my department, we have a remote triggered system for wireless sensor network. So they can program, they can code, they can upload their code and use, but they're using the equipment what we have got. So how do you share all these mechanisms? Then along with that, when you go to village, you will see a lot of things. So a lot of other educational programs like social awareness, like gender inequality, substance abuse, then human trafficking awareness. So there are a lot of things using computerized education they are doing. So that's what I said, Amrita Right, neo-literates, it's a tablet-based, and naturally the tablet-based has to be multilingual, it has to be lightweight software, and it has to be Android-based, and it needs handwriting recognition and speech recognition also. So because handwriting is for learning to write and speech recognition for learning to read. And then e-literacy. So they are also working with government to provide certificates. I'm just quickly going through this because I know that there is not much time. So OLAPS, as I said, that it will look into subjects because they always have a trouble with the subjects, find subjects. So that's where they're concentrating majorly. And in these different languages, they have already built and used in 14,000 schools all over the country. And they also built into adaptive learning. So these are like computer science problem, but you are using it into the village. So what they have done is initially when they understood the problem, they started building things, they implemented it, they found out where they need to change, they again changed. So it's been a long process. They're slowly improving the system what they have developed. And as they develop, they're getting it. And they try to bring in community along with them. So they also participate in that. That's what makes the difference. And there is another thing which we have built is VU, which is basically like a e-learning software for teaching, where these are the different places it has been deployed. This is basically built because of the lack of expert faculty in these rural villages. So not only the teachers are using it, it's actually even our students who are like bachelors for engineering. They are actually using this to teach children in the villages. So weekly, 1 hour they are spending to teach the students using this software, wherever they have doubts, wherever they have problems. And this software is built in such a manner that it can be actually, it has all these functionalities, whatever is required for a normal e-learning software. But the major thing they are looking into it, low resource setting should work. If somebody teaches like that, so you can, from wherever it is, you can do it. So it has different functionalities and multilingual, all these things have been adopted. Same way the laboratories also, it's like, as I said, you have to have online software with all complete pedagogy has been implemented. But if you want to develop like this, you need to bring in the faculty community along with you. And the faculty community, the expert community is residing all around in India, isn't it? So you have to have a platform which will allow them to collaborate and write all those things. So that has been also built. And based on that, it has been built into it. And the remote triggered labs also same way. It has all the functionalities. And sorry for that. Anna, please feel free to tell me when I have to be faster and the time. You know, like I may not have that in my mind because of I don't have a watch at this point. So this is the architecture for the remote triggered and the collaborative platform, and we also have immersive learning environment. So what you are seeing is there are something which is built specifically for the village. You understood the problem, and there are some things which you have already started working on, and then you have fine-tuned and take forward. So these are some of them. They actually create, you know, they had students from the community who became the ambassador to take it forward. And all reducing dropouts and things like that they have done. Then this is the skill development. So in the skill development, they actually redesigned the learning paths using technology. And they basically use haptic devices integrated with computer simulation to teach them, but it's a hybrid model. So initially they tried out by the trainers tried to train them, and then initially they use the haptic devices and the computerized thing to train them, and then the trainers give the actual experimentation. But then they later found out it's better to give hands-on first a little bit, then give this training, and then give the hands-on again. So they worked in different models, and they have all these different things which they will work with. And monitoring, everything, monitoring and evaluation is integrated into every other thing. So they based tablet-based learning, they have worked, and you can see the villagers have been trained in plumbing, masonry, and they started building their own toilets, their own different things. And these are the things which they looked into: behavioral change, community development, maintenance, implementation, training, and awareness. With healthcare, they looked into all the different aspects, and they basically majorly looking into how the public health centers can be made better by providing them low-cost devices. So low-cost device development and awareness programs. So you will have mobile apps for awareness programs has been dealt into that. So you have different devices that has been launched and used by these villages. And this is like for them to have their own warning-based systems to look into different things. So energy, we have worked into different things with us, developing our own solar panels, cheap solar panels, so that it can be implemented for rural electrification. Micro hydro implementation, which will help us to have the rural electrification. Solar micro grids has been implemented in the whole place, and energy management, and also from the waste, how we can get into biofuel. I should stop. So I'm just skipping all those things. And water and sanitation, we have done water distribution systems into different places. Complete village has been provided with the water distribution system. And infrastructure also, we have agriculture eco-friendly waste management and microprocessing units has been done. So each one has its own, like we have like communication systems built for fishermen, which has been brought up, and also disaster management systems for the villages. But each of these things, the best part of it is the students, the faculty, researchers, and the community engaged together and worked in the whole thing. And this all came out of the Living Lab programs, which has been dealt. This is like for the agriculture, they have done different things. And all these led to the income generation, which made them the sustainable community. So this is one of the news which came in. This was actually featured in even BBC, turning this whole thing into the construction trainer, and how they learned and then how they have. So if you see, this is like the difference. So if you see one of the best part, you can see that from Amrita, you will see that electrical, wireless students, civil, and with EPFL students working on different things. So like that, from UMass, MIT, Harvard, all these different people, we have actually worked together and then made it a success story. And now it is into the curriculum. So thank you everybody for listening. Sorry to take too much time.
Thank you very much, Manisha. It was very inspiring, and I think that we will have a lot. I think students from Peru will also like to participate in this program. Before we do questions, I think I give the floor to Jacqueline, who will tell a story about the project in India, innovation. Which is the topic.
No, that's from here only. Oh. You don't have to remove. You just have to connect to the other.
You have to log in.
Yeah.
And
I hope all of you are not too hungry at this point in time.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure of being able to present to you a specific project that we're doing in India. So instead of giving a very broad overview of all the different things we are doing, in this case, I'm focusing specifically on a project, a case, which is called Mobile for Mothers, and it's taking place in India, in Jharkhand. And what we did in this project is assessing the facilitators and the barriers. And why are we doing this? Well, basically, what we see a lot is that science and technology, we all know they have made enormous improvements in our lives. It's beyond doubt. At the same time, we're seeing problems. There are ethical concerns, there are negative consequences that we need to be aware of, and there are mismatches. Mismatches in the sense that we lack innovations for some problems. And on the other hand, we have vulnerable groups which often don't reap the benefits of many of the innovations we have developed. in the case of ICT, we often call it the digital divide, that so many people are bypassed by what is happening in many other areas in the world. So for us, it is very interesting to know, as the Athena Institute, how to study these mismatches, especially. How can we improve the track record of science and technology development for really changing the lives of those which are often so much bypassed, so specifically focusing on the vulnerable groups. And of course, vulnerable groups are not only found here in Europe, but in many developing countries as well. And we focus then on specific problems that we find. And one of the problems is maternal health. It's a huge development, let's say, challenge, given the fact that it's almost causing 300,000 deaths a year. We're doing a study in Kenya also on maternal health, and there's a saying in that country, when a woman is pregnant, her grave is open. And that is very much true. Given the fact that 99% of these deaths, these maternal deaths, occur in developing countries, so the low and middle income countries. So it's really a serious problem. And it's mainly caused, if you look at it, by what we call the 3 delays. We see the delay in health-seeking behavior. So women have a low status, are often not the ones taking decisions on their health. There's a poor understanding of complications. Their previous experience with health services sometimes very poor. In health facilities, pregnant women are often beaten by the nurses because they don't push hard enough. It's a very common thing. Traditional beliefs that you do very much want to deliver at home, or that you practice certain food practices which are detrimental to your own health, but also financial implications of using services. And the next time we see that reaching the care services is complicated because the long distance. We see that the availability of cost of transportation really constrains. Poor roads and infrastructures all make that women don't reach the facilities that might help them so much. If they do reach the facilities, we often see that the facilities are inadequate. The equipment is not there, the drugs are not there, the trained staff is inadequate in numbers and in quality, and the referral system from the clinics to the hospitals is also poor. And often women don't end up there because there is simply no place for them. There are no beds available. Now, how can ICT help here? Because it is now one of the technologies it's really looked for if we're looking at improving maternal health. Well, basically, it's very much of an idea that it could help with the first and the second delay. So the delay in the decision-making to seek care and reaching the facilities. And we could make this response more timely. So, and basically it's about information. Could ICT improve this information flow between the health services and the women in such a way that they have more access to health? So thinking that, well, we see a lot of projects going on around the world, both in Asia, in Africa, and trying to use this technology to make it work. Well, what do we know by now? We actually don't have such a good evidence base at this moment in time. So lots of NGOs are trying it out, but there's not that much thorough evaluation going on. Only the last 4-5 years, this is changing a bit, but and what we see then is that there's often lack of scale up. So many things remain in the prototype stage, which is really a pity. Secondly, what is then found is that we say we need to know more about the appropriateness. What we have been looking at is specifically doing this. What is in this project, which is in India called Sahiyas, and Sahiyas are volunteers that get a little bit of extra income. They come from the community, and they are the ones interacting with the villagers. And the idea was, if these community health workers, these Sahiyas, couldn't they be much better at providing health education to pregnant women? It was developed by the NGO Needs, which is a local NGO in India, together with Simavi, which is a Dutch NGO. So it was an NGO-based project. It works on a Java-enabled phones, and it contains all sorts of registration forms, checklists, danger signs monitoring, educational prompts that the women can use. Basically, you can see, and it's now in English, but it's in local language. Just yeah, for example, here it says how many tetanus injections you have taken. So they go to the women, ask this question. Here you see how it works. Pregnant women should get tetanus injections twice. So they give this information at the same time when they ask, did you get a tetanus injection? If not, do you know this? So, and then you see another prompt here. Pregnant women should receive tetanus injections twice and with a certain time interval. That's basically how the information exchange works. And apart from the written text in the local language, there's a voice also doing this. So the women can not only look at it, but also listen to it. Yeah. The project started with a prototype development in 2011. In 2013, they improved on it and they scaled it up, which started in 2014, and that's where we came in. So it was at the stage when they had improved on it on the first prototype. Well, the idea behind this is that the information and the referral improves. And actually by increasing the knowledge and health-seeking behavior, the knowledge of both the Sahiyas and the women themselves. And at the same time, they collect information and send it to the clinic. So they create a database on the health of the women. Now, what did we do? We looked at the facilitators, and here's the evaluation team. And the evaluation team comprised of 2 students, Nadine and Rose Miranda, and they were students of the research master Global Health. So we're not here in an ICT course, we're not here in social sciences, in global health. Yeah? And at the same time, we have here 2 PhD students, Andrew and Ona, and as you can see, and already may guess, they are from all different cultural backgrounds. Ona is from Nigeria, Rose is from the Philippines, Andrew is from Suriname, and Nadine, she's from the Netherlands. Yeah. So we have a really broad mix here. What we did was as part, to what extent can the mobile phone improve the performance of the Sahiyas? In the sense, can it be an opportunity producer, a capability enhancer, a social enabler, and a knowledge generator? Looking at the same time at all the contextual factors that may influence their performance and the use of the mobile phones. What we did was do lots of observations, interviews and group discussions, and here I want to show the results specifically focusing on the women themselves. What did they think about it? And what did the Sahiyas think about it? So we really wanted to interact with them, how their experiences were with the technology. Now, and what worked? Because that's also an interesting thing. Huh? So we looked at the training. There were in total 376 Sahiyas trained in using this one, just in 2 days. However, we already immediately encountered an infrastructural problem. There was a serious electrical problem, and there was a lot of noise in the venue. So it wasn't optimal. And it turned out that one of the most difficult things was the typing on the mobile phone. So feeding in the database information, not so much extracting the information, but filling the database. They were not all that happy with the training, so there was lots of improvement for that. So that was also what we immediately identified. What do we see when they used the mobile phones in the field? There were quite a bit of problems. They had problems with submitting the data. Yeah, so not only the typing was the problem, but in reality, when they were actually trying to do it, that occurred as well, because often they had no network. Empty phone batteries regularly occurred, and unfortunately, there were so many power interruptions that they not always could charge their phones. And the third bottleneck was the phone credit, because there were no recharging stations in the area, so they always had to travel. So Here you see immediately the contextual infrastructural problems coming in. The NGO was really helpful in trying it out and they really appreciated it. At the same time, these problems were not solved. Satisfaction levels, actually, when it did work, when they did have the mobile phone loaded and did have enough credit, etc., etc., it turned out it did really help. It was, so that's what the level of satisfaction, the Sahiyas and both women were very satisfied with how it worked. So the potential is enormous. So what way made it work? Basically for the Sahiyas, it was an opportunity producer. It made their work basically very much efficient, much more than before. Before that, they had to Xerox papers, fill in all sorts of forms and travel quite a bit. But now in much less time, they could actually do the paperwork through the phone. Next, it made their tasks much easier and it made an enormous difference on their confidence levels. So it's a capability enhancer. And due to the mobile, there is more courage to work. I gain more confidence due to getting the mobile phone. Basically, because they could so easily access information. They didn't have to remember themselves. At the same time, it really eased communication, both with their health workers above them, as well as the community members, and they gained much more trust from the women. So their interaction with the women on the ground improved a lot. And basically, that was because the mobile phone gave so much trust. It was not that Shahia gave the trust, but the mobile phone was actually the vehicle for trust. If a Sahia says this, well, but if it's to be read on the phone and there's a voice coming out of the phone saying more or less the same thing and even perhaps more details, there was something that could be trusted. So that made really a difference. So it increased a lot the knowledge of the Sahiyas as well as the knowledge of the women who received the information. In the middle, we were also missing some information, so they forgot. But mobile also made us knowledgeable of tetanus and also how to sleep before. Now we do not depend anymore on doctors and nurses to get the information. We can get it from the mobile phone. So this really worked. And how did it work with the women themselves, the beneficiaries? Well, we looked at the intervention itself and the outcomes and what really made it happen for the women. And it's that actually they much better understood the explanations of the Sahiyas through the mobile phone. Especially the voice helped a lot because many women were illiterate, of course, so they couldn't do the reading themselves. Their knowledge increased because they were much more interested. Well, if the mobile phone says it, and their compliance enhanced because of the trust. And the interesting thing was also they felt monitored because everything went into the mobile phone as well. So the data that the women were collecting, Sahiyas were collecting, they said, well, it's going somewhere. I better comply. So it worked in that sense as well, kind of big brother, but they didn't feel threatened in any way. It wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. But there were also suggestions for improvement, of course. We looked at that as well. They even wanted more content covered by voice, because not all of the content was at that stage covered by voice. They wanted more and larger pictures. So get away from the text and more visualization and more listening. They also wanted to know not what they should do, but also what they shouldn't do. Do not do this. And there's nothing like that in the database yet. And they wanted to have more information about delivery. So there was quite a bit of ideas of how the content of the mobile phone could be improved. And from the Shias, they would very much like a more intense training and technical parts. The better connectivity, reliable power supplies, better access to recharging. So those are really contextual factors that need to be worked on. To sum it up, there is quite a lot of benefit in these health applications, the mobile phones. It can really improve the performance of the community health workers, and it does increase women knowledge. But at this point in time, does it also, of course, in the end, it should lead to better health outcomes. So, and that's what we are doing at the moment, because this was basically qualitative. At the moment, we're also conducting quantitative assessments on the health outcomes, on how this could actually contribute to an improved health, because that's, of course, the end, what we really want. We want to get that 300,000 a year of maternal deaths and additional morbidities, not to forget, really, really down. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for a great talk. We can spend 5 minutes for some questions. We know that there are some questions from students, but also here in front. I'm not sure how far this wider reaches.
I'm registered in the beginning, and thank you very much for your talks. I have a talk to Dr. Jacqueline, question for Dr. Jacqueline. I'm curious about where the knowledge that you're providing comes from. Is it a guideline or
the original content of the mobile phone is, I think, the question. That was already, of course, started when they developed the prototype. That's what was in collaboration with the healthcare services. So this was what is usually given as advice and to women when they are visiting the clinic. So it's with the medical experts.
Okay, I think we would like to give the floor also to one of our students. Ask a question for.
It's a question for Professor Ramesh. Thank you for the presentation. In the past, you're involved in a landslide warning system. We're interested in knowing a little bit what are some of the challenges you have to extract the information from these warnings and get that out quickly across a lot of different communities and end users. So what lessons did you learn from that and what we've learned from that?
The first thing which, when you get into the community, is you have to have the information given to the community, because otherwise most of the time they will think their expectations won't match with what we are going to give. So we had to actually first give them the information about what is the system, and they understand this. Because if I give you very simple example, and we had to mark the positions where we have to deploy the thing. We took a wooden piece to mark it and kept it and came back. After 1 week I go there is no wooden piece because they use it for firework. As firewood, no. So which I have to learn from. Then I have to basically tell them this is something which I am doing for you, and then make them take care of the instruments. And the next thing is they're thinking, okay, every time rain comes, will it give you an alarm? Is that how it is? And if an alarm doesn't come, they'll start calling me. There is no alarm. What is happening? I said, be patient. You will get alarm when there is a problem. When there is no alarm, that means you don't have a problem. And then I had to explain to them that this is a 3-level warning system. We are getting warnings. We've come to know when it is to the level where I have to inform. But it is not only the people. You have to bring in the local administration. You have to bring in the media, because otherwise media will turn things to completely different direction. So we made an automated system which will basically initiate alarms as emails, as SMS, and the local alarm at different levels. So first level, it will come to researchers. Second level, it will go to the government disaster management, and the third level to the community. But government can always take the decision to release it early. That is up to them. So they will get SMS. They will get also the local alarm will start ringing up. So once they have been given a drill how it will work, they were able to understand it better.
Thank you. So before one more question from the audience, there's one more from the students. I think Denise has one. You have to come a bit closer. I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you, for your inspiring presentation. I'm Denise Snelder from the VU University. I had a question for Jacqueline. We recently discussed quite a bit on the role of mobile phone technology in Kenya and Africa, and I had a feeling that maybe perhaps in India the technology is more advanced also in its use. I'm not sure that's true. And but also I was wondering, is there any difference in context for application? That there should be, I think, cultures different. And what I remember in Kenya, we have been discussing about that the wish for more personal care and using the mobile phone technology for that. And that there are also some issues because some of the women in that case also were preferring to have that information within the group than being exposed immediately to personal care and personal advice through the phone. The second question I had is the linkage with the previous speakers of Professor Dito, referring to the plug-in principle. And I know Athena Institute is very known because of interdisciplinary research. I think there's a very nice connection, so maybe you could also say a few words about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing, context matters a lot. At this point in time, I don't know how it will matter. But the PhD student I was referring to, Ona, is now conducting an evaluation study. She's now in Uganda, actually also doing an evaluation study on a similar project that is taking place in Uganda. So, if you would ask me in about half a year, I could tell you what the difference would be in the African context and in India. The nice thing is it's also about use of mobile phones by community health workers on maternal health. So it's in that sense very comparable, but I can't tell you at this stage. There will be differences, there will be similarities. The transdisciplinarity, yeah, what you saw already here is also in the approach of this type of evaluation, is that the transdisciplinarity clearly comes in. Transdisciplinarity means that you don't only from different disciplines look at a certain problem or an intervention, but also very much work together with the people, the different stakeholders on the ground. Here I showed the interactions that took place with the Sahiyas and the women themselves. It is very much in a participatory way, not only extracting the information, but also in group discussions, really thinking about how things can be improved. So having them on board and really thinking about how the design and contextual aspects need to be dealt with. We also looked at the broader different stakeholders like men. I didn't show you here these results in 15 minutes, it's impossible, but husbands in the situation in India where there's lots of inequality between the sexes, of course, have an enormous important role in maternal health as well. So we really looked at all the different stakeholders and had them on board in this evaluation study. And that's what I think is really the transdisciplinary aspect in it, and then taking it forward to a redesign of the project.
Can I give you one point with respect? So one of the things which, when we worked with the health area, what we had seen, not only health, like any computerized thing, what we had seen is, because in India there are different states and different cultures. So we used user interfaces, which is more of images or videos, which will help them to understand better, because different language you have to have. So one of the simple example which happened is we used color coding so that they can select with respect to color. So our color coding was in such a manner, green means okay, red means bad, and things like that. But when you went to village, one village it is okay, and the next village red is considered to be the best. So they started putting it exactly of me being an Indian, I am not able to understand, understand. So it's the cultural difference matters a lot in what you use in even the small things and engaging them. The other thing which I had seen is when we worked on sanitation, you build toilets, you give them, you tell them this is how you have to use, you make them understand how its importance on health, the impact on health, all that they will agree. But once you leave that place, they won't use it. But it helped us when our people was frequently visiting us and we started using it, they started slowly becoming comfortable to start using it. So it's not only awareness and things, you have to get integrated with the community to make them use it. They have to feel that this is needed. Otherwise, they will not touch it, even if you keep it the best facility for them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very sorry, but you might expect that we have to also eat, otherwise we can't make it for the second round. But before we attack the buffet, I would very much like to thank the two speakers to show us these very nice projects and results and principles on doing ICT4D in India. Please turn your gaze backwards to the buffet, and while you're eating, you can have a look at the posters, walk around, you can even walk outside if you like. We have eaten into the lunchtime a bit, so I suggest that we start again at 1 o'clock. So that's 2 o'clock. So yes, you have 15 minutes. But you have 15 minutes, so that's in Dutch terms a very long lunch. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. It's great. Is het jouw bril?
Oh ja, goed dat je het zegt. Ja.
Hi.
Nee, het is niet erg. Het is goed als je weet dat het gebeurt. No, it's not for just for Media komt online. Oké, dat is niet bij ons. Ja, nee, het was nog wel.
En ik wil ook niet direct bij komen maken alle. Over time. Yeah, right. Thank you so very much. Very good.
That's interesting.
Now, again, thank you. Good.
Hoe lang het duurt voordat een iemand is. Wacht, ik zal je heel even zeggen, want dan ziet iedereen niet. Dan kan je gewoon vrij uit.
Ah ja, super. Ja, want hoe doe je, even kijken, als ik straks dit wil doen, hoe krijg ik dan de view dat ik deze notes nog zie? Kan dat?
Oké. Kijk, ik weet niet of ze dat heeft, maar misschien wel. Dan doen we dus extend. En presenter view.
Ja, waarschijnlijk staat het dan hier. Ja.
Ja, wil je die hebben? Want dan moet ik dat heel
Ik
even
hoop dat ik het niet
zetten.
nodig heb, maar
Ik zet het,
relaxed maar
wat ik kan doen is, dan zet ik het even om tussen de twee presentaties. Dan weet ik al
ja.
wat het gaat. Even kijken, en jouw filmpje staat?
Ja, de link staat hier onderaan in een van de slides. Nog wat verder.
Zo.
Ja, in deze. Als je helemaal naar beneden scrolt.
Mijn muis, waar is mijn muis? Is het apart?
Dus die gaat hier naar hier.
Ja, precies.
Ja, dat is de link.
Oh. Ja.
what topics or areas that you think that you can explore, and from there
Ja, top. En dan wil ik hem vanaf minuut 32. Ja. Ik zal niet weer zo lang filmpje.
Dat is best lang. Ja, dus als je hier klikt dan... even kijken, dus hij staat gewoon onder Chrome.
Ja, top.
En je presentatie staat hier. Die mag gaan van het begin, neem ik aan. Ja, oké, dus jij wil even present view, dat zal ik even onthouden. En dan zet ik nu alvast goed eventjes printen. Ja, oké. Hi, yes, this is yours. Let me just. So you want to just this one?
Yeah. Yeah.
By 2050, we have to double the production in the world. When you look at the climate and space available, there's only two places where it's lacking. That's Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. And a lot of has to happen, of course, before we double food production. But one thing is sure, we need better information on weather and water availability in order to produce. By 2050, we have to double food production in the world. And when you look at the climate and space,
yeah, I mean, it's not optimal.
By 2050, we have to double food production in the world. By 20.
Alright, so do you want to have a present view or just
So just
yeah.
when it's time, I'll just play it.
Yeah, we can just start your first slide already, right?
Yeah.
Great. I just moved the thing a bit here, and then the microphone as well. So you want to walk around with the microphone, or?
No, I think it's better to just stay here.
Yeah.
And then because I realize that a lot of blocking, so I don't know whether I can stay here.
Yeah, no, so I think it's best if you stay a bit back.
Yes.
This right for you?
Yep. Can go down any longer.
What do you want?
To go down? Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, lower.
Yeah. I'm not as tall as.
No, sorry.
And then I can have this one.
Yeah, just whatever. Because I'll turn this camera a bit.
Okay, so that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, let's. I'll start getting people here. Okay, so.
So I can sit down?
Yes. Whatever you want. Okay, please finish your sandwich, eat your bananas, and then slowly move this way again, because we're going to start the second part of the day. Thank you.
I have a louder voice.
You need to watch something. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
All right, so before we start, a quick reminder of the program. So we have two more blocks of talks, one on water and data, so more on that in a second. And after that, there's a talk about South Africa with guests from South Africa and also our own Desmond Tutu, professor. And after that, there's a short wrap-up, but then there also will be drinks, so there's more opportunity to further discuss. We also already saw some lively discussions during lunch, the famous Dutch lunch with croquette, but there's also a famous Dutch bowl afterwards, so you're all warmly invited for that. So just to know that you have something to look forward to during the very nice talks, of course. Okay, so then I'll introduce the next two speakers. Actually, so on the one program, the unifying theme between these speakers is water, and then the other one it's data. And I think it's interesting because actually both is true. So the first speaker is Frank Anor, who is a PhD researcher at TU Delft, but he's also a CEO of an NGO that actually installs water collecting devices in different countries, including again Ghana, but also Burkina Faso. So he will tell us a bit about, I think, data collecting and how that works. And then after Frank, Annabelle Poelert from actually an Amsterdam-based NGO, ACFO, will be here. And I know that at least it's a bit about water because ACFO, I found out, is the Esperanto word for water. So, but he will actually also be talking about data and data collection and how data can turn into information, so the different levels there. So we're looking forward to both talks very much. And Frank, you have the honor to go first.
Thank you very much. So I'm Frank from TU Delft, but I'm also lecturing at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, Ghana. And then also working for the Trans-African Hydrometeorological Observatory, quite a long name, but we call it TAMO for short. This will be the outline of my presentation. So I want to give a short movie about TAMO, and if you don't even listen to the rest of my presentation, at least you should be able to get things about TAMO from the short movie. And then I'll talk about the mission of TAMO, a little bit about the components of ICT for development that I want to dwell on, and then also to discuss with you a little bit about the value proposition. What can we really add on to help people in developing? So first, the short movie.
Okay. Switch.
Let's see.
From here?
Yep.
By 2050, we have to double food production in the world. And when you look at the climate and the space available, there's only two places where that can happen. That's Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. And a lot has to happen, of course, before we double food production. But one thing is sure, we need better information on weather and water availability in order to produce all the food needed. And that's why we started the TAMO initiative, which will provide the basic data needed to increase food production in the world. Good weather forecasts are vital for farmers. They need to know when it will rain in order to know when to sow and when to apply fertilizer. Satellites are important sources of information, but without ground data, accuracy is low. This is why TAMO aims at establishing a network of 20,000 weather stations across Sub-Saharan Africa. The combination of these ground data with satellite data and weather models will provide reliable weather forecasts for food production. The first step was to co-create the weather stations that are suitable and sustainable in the African context. The weather stations had to be robust, cost-efficient, and without moving parts to minimize maintenance. Full use was made of recent innovations in sensing technology and mobile phone communication. In a second step, the weather stations are deployed at schools. The schoolyard provides a safe place for the stations, and at the same time, the students can learn about weather and technology. Education is key in the long term. We now have weather stations in 10 countries and are excited to receive ground data at such a large scale. Finally, we are developing market activities to ensure that the system will be financially self-sustaining. Data will be available free of charge to governments and science, but it will be a modest fee for commercial use of the data, enough to sustain the network. With the TAMO initiative, we will show that it's possible to collect data in Africa reliably, cost efficiently, and financially sustainable. These data are essential to achieve necessary increase in global food production. This is our contribution to the Sustainable Development Goal, food security for all.
I don't know what.
I don't know why.
Magic laptop.
Yeah, this one. Can you suggest to this?
Wait, I will just go like this.
Okay.
Anna, is your laptop? It seems to crash a bit. It's not reacting to anything.
First one. Yeah.
Let's close this one. Yeah, but just close everything. It's a problem with too many ICT experts and low resource hardware. Have any idea what it's doing? I'll just close this one as well now. Ah, there we go.
Finally, the ICT problem is solved. Well, so if we look at global observation system or observing systems, we realize this is really nice to have, where you have some automatic stations on the ground, you have some radar systems, you even have some weather shapes. These are really lovely. How many of these we have in Africa? So when we look at our infrastructure, it looks like, yeah, there's still a lot of catching up to do. But how do we do that? We can only do that when the government sees this as a priority, or when we have the private sector getting much more involved in collecting these data streams. So we always show this map where we look at stations that are reporting. And then you can see that all over Africa, of course, we have less than 45% of the stations reporting. And some of the stations are even silent. So we want to leverage and see whether we could have this continent, especially looking at the sub-Saharan sector, filled with weather stations. So at least we could be able to calibrate the satellites and come up with much more improved forecast. So that brings us to the mission of TAMO. That TAMO is looking at installing 20,000 of this. It looks quite big. We'll tell you how we want to do this. And then the idea is to leverage weather data through robust and cost-effective stations that will help to enhance agricultural productivity that leads to economic growth in sub-Saharan Africa. One mistake that we shouldn't do as scientists and ICT experts is that we shouldn't have apathy for people. What we need to emphasize on is co-creation. So don't think that you have a solution and the solution that you have could just be used to solve all the problems there. Maybe they have local solutions already, but it's about doing it together with them and integrating the systems that you have, that you will have the added benefit that you're looking for. So it means that we need to really work with the people. And for us to do this, we have to understand these 4 components of ICT. So the first is the technology bit, the second is the people, the third is the process, and then the last one is how do we even disseminate, first generate the information, but also disseminate this information to the people that need the information most. So we start with the technology. So we realize that yes, satellite is doing wonderful. Actually, my background is GIS and remote sensing, so I understand a bit the need for satellite data. But satellite data alone is not sufficient. So we need some very good ground observations. And then we also need models so that we can do proper data assimilation. And when we can combine all this, that is when we think that our predictions could improve. In Netherlands, when we go out, we want to know what the weather is going to be. In Africa, how many people even bother to check what the weather is going to be? Why? Is it because we don't trust the forecast? Or what is the problem? So we have to really understand what the situation is. So we said, yeah, we have the data systems or data assimilation working well. The remote sensing, we are working very well with NOAA, working well with EMISAT, we are working with the European Space Agency. So that's not a problem. But getting the stations on the ground is quite a difficult bit. So let's try and see how we can tackle that. So we partner with Decagon Devices and IBM to see how we could solve this problem. Now, when you look at this weather station, this is more, let's say, a traditional weather station, which has all the sensors that you can think of. But this is costing almost 20,000 euros. If you want to put 20,000 of these 20,000 euros, then you can think about how much is needed. But even the problem is not the capital cost, it is more the operational cost. So you can get a grant to be able to put all these stations there, but how do you operate it? How do you maintain it? Again, you realize that most of the stations that we have moving parts. So you can see a typical tipping bucket. So I show what a tipping bucket rain gauge looks like. So of course, as the rainfall drops, then you count this, right? But you have a wax inside the tipping bucket. So the tipping bucket is caught in the wax. So no amount of rainfall will move this. So you'll be sitting in your office thinking you have an automatic weather station, but no rainfall is recorded. Is it because it didn't rain? No, it rained, but there's something wrong with your rain gauge. And how are we checking this? How are we monitoring this? Again, you have a weather station that has some cavities, and then this is filled with beads. So look at the sensor. Is it going to really measure accurately? So we had to think about coming up with sensors that are designed together with Africans because they know the situation better. And then this should be robust. It should have no moving parts, no cavities, but also it should be cost effective. We were targeting $500, but it didn't work. Now our stations is around 2,000, and if you install it, it's about 3,000. So, well, we're still trying to see if we can push towards minimizing this cost. Then the stations also have to be self-calibrating. Often we put equipment in the field for several years, nobody has gone to calibrate it, and we are still relying on this information. So it means that we have to put in systems that can help us to sort of calibrate our stations in a much more simple and easy way. If you look at a disjometer, it's costing more than 10,000 euros. We designed a disjometer that will cost less than 200 euros. So it means that, is it efficient? Is it measuring properly? Is it the same value as the one that you buy for 10,000 euros? Well, we'll have to judge ourselves with a few slides more. Now, if you look at our stations, so this is the thermal second generation stations. The first generation stations had the moving parts. So we move from there to the second generation station that has no moving parts. So you have a sonic anemometer, you have a rain gauge, and then you have a logger that also transmits the data in real time. So this is our second generation station. But yet we saw that we had different parts. So we moved to the third generation station, which we call the MEM, which is just a single piece of equipment that has all the sensors integrated. Now, we have to then think about, we've talked about the technology, so we have the technology, but what about the people? So people should be able to easily access the station, they should be able to install it. So somebody who is physically challenged can easily install this station. You know, how do we really use the station? Are they very easy to maintain? I mean, in terms of operationability or operability. Now, in terms of maintenance or operations, we realized that putting up these 20,000 weather stations was going to cost us about 26 million US to put the equipment there. But every year we're going to have to provide about 2 million to be able to operate or maintain the stations. Now, this brings the cost to about $100 per station. This is not much, you know, but if you put it together, then it's a lot. So we realized that for maintenance to really happen, it means that we need to find institutions or systems that can really fast track the process. So we decided to install the stations in schools where you can have students and geography and physics masters just doing very simple maintenance. And when there's a need for a real maintenance, we send a field engineer to the site to do this. So the stations are installed in schools to provide also a forum for education, but we also stimulate students to come up with their own sensors so that we build this into our system. So part of the educational materials that we share is about sensor design, about weather and climate, so our students will know. In fact, I didn't see a weather station until my university, and this is not really good. So at least with these stations installed in senior high school, students can see what a weather station is and then be able to make some sense out of what measurements are being taken. And then we add entrepreneurship to it. Now I show a dashboard, of course, or a portal that we use to give students access to this information. So this was developed together with Tuku Monkeys, and we are really grateful to them for the support they offered us. And with this, it means that students or where the schools are with the stations could monitor whether the stations are online or offline, because it's real time. So at least they can see when the station is off and whether the predictions and then the observed is accurate. If it's not accurate, they can give us information using the chat window that we have built in. And with this, we can have what we call the citizen observatory incorporated in our system. So this is an example of a school. We have stations installed around the Lake Victoria area in East Africa. We also have stations installed in Ghana, but in Ghana, we're concentrating on the cocoa growing area. So you'll see that it's more on the coastal belt. And these are some of the stations and the projections that we are looking at in terms of planning for the 2020. Now, to do this, we have to look at the process. So the process is that we don't install a station until we have an MOU with the meteorological agency. Otherwise, nothing will really go on. So we try to institutionalize the initiative. So we work together with the national meteorological agencies. We establish an MOU with them, and with that, we are able to install the stations and also make the data available, or even come up with business cases around the data. So this is a project in Ghana. This is in Uganda, where we also have another project. Here we have $1 million project to be able to come up with early warning systems for the people on the Kati corridor and then on the Lake Victoria basin. So talking about 2 million, how do we get a 2 million? Earlier on in the morning, we were talking about coming out with pilots, and then we say, how do we ensure that it's sustained? Once you have prototypes, if you don't come up with business models to support them, in fact, they will collapse. After a while, nobody will really be using it, or we have to really find other ways to maintain it. So we realized that we had to come up with business models, and we do this with hedging of commodities, or for example, coming up with flood and drought products or services, so that at least we can get people to pay for the service and then be able to maintain the stations. It's not everybody that will pay. So for example, if you ask a farmer to pay for the weather services, the person might not be willing to pay. But if you incorporate this into, for example, seeds or fertilizers, once the person buys the fertilizer or buys the seeds, indirectly, the person has also subscribed to the service. So the person gets the service because he's bought a fertilizer or he's bought a seed. Talking about the information delivery, one of the challenges that we face is that the Met agencies want the data to be reported to their server first. But you realize that, of course, you have issues with internet and everything. And if you have a portal that is easily accessible to everybody, and then people go and they're not able to access the data, then that's a problem. So we wanted to create a portal that is running all the time, and therefore we had to have an agreement with the Met agencies where the data can be reported, but it's mirrored onto our server, so that in case their servers are down, we can still have access to the data. And we've compared this with other stations to check whether the stations are reliable, because they are relatively less expensive and they are working really fine. And we have a dashboard to check whether the stations are online or offline. And then we're able to track if a station is offline and when it last reported and why that is so. We also have a dashboard that records the levels of the battery, because we use a solar battery or a solar system that is the size of a matchbox, so that it doesn't attract people to steal them. And so we are also able to track whether a battery is out or not, and that's why a station is not reporting. But more importantly, we had issues with SIM cards or connectivity, what we call telemetry. So now we move to what we call the M2M solution, the machine to machine, whereby we can easily switch from one cell phone provider to another to ensure that consistently there is data flow from the stations to our servers and to ingest this timelessly into our models. But of course, after you have gathered all this data, we have to package it in a way that makes sense to the person that is going to use it at the end. So if you tell a farmer that there's going to be 20 millimeters of rain, what does it mean to the person? So you have to find a way to translate this into useful information that the person can easily relate to the activities. So we try to do this. And to do this, we team up with other organizations like Farmerline that provides agro-advisory to mobile phones. And this is not just through SMS and voice, but even the voice, you have to realize that if I speak Dutch, maybe I can speak Dutch, but it's not the same as a Dutch person speaking Dutch. So even in the local dialects, you need people that they can trust and they can understand the accents. Otherwise, you still transcribe this and they can't really make any sense out of it. So that was very critical. Again, we have the 321 service that we work with in Uganda. And here is that if people don't have smartphones, they should still be able to call in and be able to access some information. So sort of Internet of Things using very simple phones. And then at the end, we should have a platform where researchers can get what they need, integrators can get what is required, and be able to access this easily on the platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As before, we will do questions after the second speaker. I will have to do some setup magic now, but we'll be fine. Let's see. Even kijken, ik moet even jouw filmpje opnieuw laden. Volgens mij. Wat is de beste?
Hij stond in Chrome.
Ja, oh ja, het stond in Chrome. Ja. Maar waar staat je presentatie op nu?
Kijken.
Is de... Kijken. Oh, slaat je weg. There you go.
En staat Chrome nog open?
Ja. Oké. Ik doe. Ik denk het wel, ja.
Oh, thank you very much for inviting me on behalf of ACFO today. I think it was very interesting to hear the academic view on data so far and how ICT can be used for development. I work for ACFO. ACFO is an open organization that creates open source software for the development aid sector. And I think it would be nice to also give a bit of the view of well, more the sector itself and an organization that's really working in the field and also creating software on a bit larger scale. So I wanted to start to show you two pictures. This is a water well in India, and as this illustrates, in many parts of India, it's hard to get access to good quality of water. And even if there is access to water, often the success of a drinking water scheme is actually determined by the quantity of water provided and not the quality of water. And I think that's a problem that illustrates well, the development aid sector. And even another problem that they have is that well, they have a poor and under-equipped water quality testing infrastructure in place, and it's actually quite expensive to monitor water quality and to inform people on the hazards of drinking bad quality water. So many people are left vulnerable to consuming contaminated water. As I said, I work at ACFO, and one of our main goals is to make the development aid sector more effective and more transparent with our software. So we help governments and aid organizations to capture important information and to analyze data and also share it with the world. So capturing data is just one part, we feel. It's also very important to make organizations understand what it actually is that they are collecting, and then also to share the outcome of the data collection with the world, with the stakeholders. So our organization is existing of about 75 people of staff. We're in over 10 countries in the world, with local offices where we work a lot with local aid organizations and governments. And we are very active in the water sector, but we're also active in other sectors like agriculture, even disaster response. So half of the organization works in the software creation, and the other half is the partnership team. And I think what's interesting as a connection to what we are seeing today is that our team is also very interdisciplinary. So some of them are very technical, others have very different backgrounds, and our director himself, he has a lot of experience in the water sector. So he really knows what's needed in the water sector and what problems they face. And I think that combination of staff, that makes a really interesting basis for an organization, and yeah, which allows us to really get into the problems and come up with ready-made solutions. As you might have guessed, I'm not a technical developer myself, so later on, if there are questions, it's probably better to ask Frank about that. So one of our major products, we have a couple, but I just want to go into one today because we don't have so much time, is called AquaFlow. And AquaFlow is a data collection tool. It consists of two parts. The first is an online dashboard that works on the computer. You can create surveys on that, and that's where our data comes in when it's collected. And the other part is the mobile phone. It's a mobile phone application, also called AquaFlow. And we've made it in such a way that you can use it completely offline. So you have to have a smartphone, but you don't need any internet connectivity or mobile connectivity to collect the data in the field. Automatically, it will be uploaded when you restore a connection with the internet. And this makes it, yeah, very easy to use in more remote locations. So with AquaFlow, we really go into the trend that has been discussed already, that more and more people are using the mobile smartphone. And well, research says that about 50% of people have access to a mobile smartphone already. But in the future, it's estimated that 80% of the people worldwide will have access to a smartphone. So that really helps us to also use local resources already, so people don't really need to get new phones for data collection, but can use their own phones, yeah, to use the local infrastructure in place, as it were. So what's really nice about data collection with the mobile phone is that there are many added benefits above traditional paper-based surveys. You only have to enter data once, so that means that there's a much smaller error margin, and data can be instantly shared as soon as you have connection with the internet. What's good to mention is if there is no possibility to connect to the internet, it is possible to also transfer the data from the phone to a computer manually. And we also see the possibilities of the smartphone in terms of the features that the smartphone provides. So it's sort of a mini computer, which gives you a much richer way of collecting data. So you can also use video material, for instance. You can use photos, and you can use the GPS tracker of your phone, which gives also more geographic dimension to the data. And one of the things that we've been working on recently is also to add some features, low cost, to the smartphone to measure water quality. So we've been working on what we call AquaFlow, and these are colorimetric tests, strip tests, and water sensing tests that you can use in the field to collect more rich data on water points. As I already said, capturing data is just one part of the puzzle. We really motivate our partners to also share the data that they have collected. This is a picture of, or actually a screenshot of how the dashboard looks of a partner of us. So all the collected data in the front end of the dashboard, which is just an accessible website for anyone, is displayed. Of course, if it's very sensitive information, you can set the settings on private. But we really try to make partners share the data that they collect. So if you go to the dashboard, you can see this. It's an interactive map. And this is about water quality data that is collected. If you zoom in, you see that you can really see the different data points. You can click on them and you can see what the information is that has been collected about this data point. So you see the picture, you see the name of the respondent, and if the water well is working or not, very important. But to make it a bit more informative, we also help our partners to actually make more graphical displays of the data. This is the government of Benin. They have done a data collection exercise in which they mapped all the different water wells in Benin. And as you can see here, you see a really good overview of which ones are working and not. And what this is used for is advocacy, but also aid allocation. So the governments and NGOs can see where the target areas are, where the real problem is. So if we go back to the case study of India for a bit, this is a map of fluoride in the groundwater of India. And well, contamination by fluoride is a major problem in India. Some of you in this room may know. About 66 million people are drinking contaminated water by fluoride, and this can lead to teeth getting brittle, disformities in the limbs, and immobility. So it's really quite a big problem. And we are working together with one of our partners. It's called FXB Suraksha in the east of India to measure the extent of fluoride in the water, in the groundwater. And FXB is a partner that we've been working with for quite a while. And what we're doing here in Eastern India is to train local women who are representatives of the water councils in the most remote parts of Eastern India to really conduct the water quality testing in the field. And so they can use the information to do advocacy towards the government, but also raise awareness among people that live there, what areas are contaminated and not. So here you see a group of these women who have a map with the places that are contaminated and who use this map for awareness raising. And a small movie of how this data collection goes in the field. I think it's quite nice to show you. Most of this data because what's good to know is that most of these women don't have any prior experience with using mobile smartphones. So for us, it was also quite a challenge to see. For us, it was also quite a challenge to see how this would work for them. But in the end, through I think a good training session and also really making them committed to using this technical resources, I think it went very well. And here's a short clip of the training on how they
कैसे करना है वाटर पॉइंट मैपिंग कैसे लेना है सब बताया गया मोबाइल के थ्रू तो हम लोग को ट्रेनिंग मिला पहले फिर जाके हम लोग
the movie with subtitles because I have the feeling not everyone will understand. Oh yeah, is it?
बहुत आराम लगा ज़्यादा झंझट नहीं लगा जैसे कि पहले हम लोग सर्वे करते थे एकदम झोला उला पकड़ के कॉपी पेन पकड़ के जाते थे वजन पकड़ के अब तो ये मोबाइल पकड़ के घूमते हैं तो थोड़ा स्मार्ट हो गए करना है ग्राम पंचायत है फिर विलेज भरना है वो सारा है दबाना है
तब दबाते जा रहे ना
फिर यहाँ Next location बताइए मुझे। इसको कहते हैं रीजन ये जो डाले इसको ठीक से बंद करना पड़ेगा, इसका हाथ को मिला करके बंद करना। देखिए अभी लेबरा लाएंगे और मान लीजिए पानी करेंगे तो शायद सही ये नहीं रीडिंग्स भी नहीं है।
चार-पाँच घंटे की जांच पेपर पर क्या रहा तब क्या किए दीदी उसको ऑन करके रख दिया अभी आवाज
देखिए 0.22 ppm है यहाँ
अच्छा वो पूछने ये पीने लायक है कि नहीं? पानी पीने लायक
है ये।
कैसे पता आपको?
देखिए इसमें फ्लोराइड
है लेकिन
फ्लोराइड है ज्यादा नहीं है, कम है। कितना होना चाहिए? मतलब इसमें यहाँ पर 1.5 के मतलब ज्यादा हो जाएगा ना तो उसको पीने लायक नहीं मानेंगे। कम कंप्लीट हो गया। अब इसको नेक्स्ट करके क्या बोलते हैं आगे देखते हैं। सबमिट यहाँ पर सबमिट लिखा हुआ है, इसको फिर से दबाना कर देंगे।
Okay, I think you're getting the picture. Yeah, so for me, this is really what UCFO is about, bringing the solutions into the field and really using the local capacity to measure the water quality, to map data. And even people who don't have any prior education in reading water quality measurements can now do it and really make a difference and empower the people in the field. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think two great presentations that also show that indeed it is possible to think about scaling up in both cases. So that's really interesting. So I think there should be some questions. Actually, we have a second microphone, so that reduces the amount of me running around a bit. So now Anna has to run around. So are there questions? So I see also there's a student already standing. Is it you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe your first question.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you both for presenting your project. I might. Oh. Hello. Yes. Okay. Hi. Oh, yeah. Thank you for your presentations. My question is directed to Frank Enno. Sounds is like a great and ambitious project for the whole of Africa. But my question is, what are evaluations of success for the TAMO initiative? When do you think, when do you know what you do is working is the right thing? Is it when data is really available for the whole of Africa, or when the lives of the farmers are impacted by the data that is available?
Very good question. I think you can look at evaluation with regards to impact when the end user benefits from what you intended to do from the beginning. So for us, we'll say we'll have achieved our A only when there's an improvement in the yield and an improvement in livelihood of the end user, which in case is a farmer. So the farmer is one use case, but we also have other target audience that we reach out to. But it is the end user at the end, not.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes. Oh, yeah, it's not too long. Thank you.
Yeah.
So next time we will get more room.
excuse me for my ignorance. If I say something that doesn't make sense, please just forgive me. There are so many factors that affect agricultural production. What you are looking at is probably just one aspect. So how do you, for example, if productivity doesn't increase because of other factors, even though they have the knowledge from this, how do you, based on what he asked, how do you really distinguish between what is due to this and what is due to other factors?
Very good question, Prof. As you are, for us to have an impact, we realize that you don't need to look at one component of the value chain. You have to look at the whole spectrum of the value chain. And therefore, we try to involve other players in the agricultural value chain to see how we can make an impact. So we don't offer only weather services. So we have to offer what we call a bundle of services. So, for example, market, agro inputs, agro advisory. So we try to bundle all this together to see that whether we can make a real impact. But for us to judge whether the weather service adds any value, we have to do what we call a control. So we have a control whereby they don't get any other services, they just get the weather services, and have other communities where they get all the bundle of services. So at least you can evaluate the impact of the weather services. There are other places so that you get everything excluding the weather, and then you can then judge from this together with IPA in Kenya as a test case. So even though we are very much early with our initiative, we think that evaluation should not be at the end. We should do it along, so that if there are some things for us to change, we don't wait till the last minute, but we can change as we move on. Thank you.
Okay. We switch microphones. Keep getting better at this. Again, will be.
My question is to your project with the camera. Have you thought of rolling out this kind of technology to many other communities? Because I think it would be very nice just to have this when you are visiting a place which you don't trust and you just check the water.
Yeah, so we started with piloting Aqua Caddisfly in 2015, and we are definitely looking at scaling it up. I think the first results of the testing are that our tools really are very reliable in terms of determining if this is a hazardous amount of pollutants in the water or not. It's not as specific as a lab test, of course, but it's really good to make a first sort of basic estimation of how big the hazard is. And I think especially now with the focus on water quality and the Sustainable Development Goals, this is a really good tool to use in many projects to not just see if water points are still working, but also if the water quality is good enough. So yeah, I definitely see a lot of room for scaling up, and we've also done some pilots in Africa already, in Kenya and in Mali. In Mali, we also work with the government to map all the different water points in the country, and they are already using this technology also to test the water quality. Okay, there was a question.
Yeah, thank you. My question is to Frank. I'd like to know if from experience, tropical weather seems to be very different over a short period of short distance, and I'm wondering like what distances over which you need to install each device to be able to get accurate data, and also wondering whether the forecast algorithms, are those going to the meteorological agencies to do that, or is it part of the project?
Good question, Francis. So with regards to spacing, at least we should have one station per 30,000 square kilometers. So at least we shouldn't have that. Of course, that is a norm, but it also depends on the location, the topography. So all these things come to place, and therefore we have also developed a sensor placing algorithm to be able to help us to be able to tell where to place these stations. Now, we don't do this on our own. We try to do this with the meteorological agencies. So we don't sit here and then develop our own numerical weather prediction models and say, these are the results, use them. What we do is that we go to them and ask them what models they are running. Some of them are running WRF, some of them are running Cosmo. And then we ask what their difficulties or their challenges are. And together with them, we try to improve upon the model that they are running. But on our own, we still run the WRF model to just check how good their data injection is also being done over there. So we do it together with them, not on our own.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we leave this for now, but there's a small tea break now in which you can attack the presenters with more questions if you want. But I'd first like to join me in thanking them for 2 wonderful presentations. Thank you. So we have a short tea break now, and we'll hope to see you here at 3 o'clock.
Will it just, yeah, I think it will fit. This one, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it fits well. Yeah, I hope I'll be able to do something good. Yeah, okay. That would be great. Yeah, because everybody's presenting their own research, you know, and I'm not presenting a research, I'm presenting a campaign. So thank you for really inviting me here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for coming. We are so happy to have you here. Yes, my big thing is that I'm seeing a new thing that we do together. I really believe that there is something that I'll continue to see in the presentation when I speak about what is going on, and then I really believe that there's something big that we can do together. Why is this thing going on? Oh, not at wrong. What's wrong with this? I'm using turn off the Wi-Fi and turn it on again because I'm not using audio. Why is it picking audio now? I'm using the full test. Yes, because I'm going to need that. Okay. All right. Let's see slideshow.
Okay. Do you want to have the mic fixed, or do you want to walk around?
I prefer that it be fixed.
Fixed? Yeah, no problem. Then we just adjust it a bit. Is this alright?
Hello?
Is this correct? No, it's not on yet, but just it's fine.
Yeah. If there is anything, you'll tell me.
I'll turn it on now. So.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll just leave it on. It's fine. Okay, and I will start reading, and then you have 15 minutes, right?
Yes. 15, yeah.
15.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't know. Okay. Great. No, sorry. I have this ombre here. Ja, maar die is van hem. Oké.
Zal ik een voorzetje doen dat jij dan overneemt? Zo?
Ja, dat is prima.
Ik heb gewoon...
Ja.
Anders ziet niemand het hand, bijvoorbeeld al die mensen hebben rond. En dus dan zeg ik bedankt de sponsors nog een keer.
Ja.
Vanuit
waar?
Dus even kijken, sponsors en U SIS VO is het Office SIKS en CT.
Dan
hebben we
Hans
Hans,
en Lee.
Moitja
Mooitje.
en Catharina.
Ja, Catharina voor de help. Dan also Gossa en
Meertje, je hebt ook geholpen.
ja, ze dan Ron.
Romy, nog steeds met Meertje. Dus, en Romy, ja, dat is het.
Was het, hè?
Ja. Ja, nee, prima. Ik weet niet meer. Ja, Dia heb ik nog, ja. Ja.
Ja, je kan bedanken, dan kan je er altijd even uitgaan. My co-presenter, my coach.
Vergeet dus ook veel werk.
Dit is inclusive. Let's be inclusive. Ja? Was het weg? Was Stefan? Stefan bedanken?
Ja, soms ben ik zelf spreker, dus op zich zit ik niet.
Nee, wel bij eigen. Staat hier iets te muziekje?
No, it's not. 4 or 6 hours. Yeah, because I got into flight. early morning.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I reached here at 8 o'clock.
That one season, you can come in the morning. Yeah, no.
Inside India, you have 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so you have what choice?
I have.
Yes.
For the last two speakers of the day.
Yeah, maybe he's tired, but I'll see him tomorrow. But somebody from the department is here, Harry Wells. Harry Wells is here, coming from the department.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the last round of this symposium today is from South Africa. So we are very happy to have Professor Mansai Diale here with us, and she studied physics and mathematics at the Northwest University, and she did her PhD at the University of Pretoria, and she does a lot of research. Her research is on solar energy conversion, but she's not going to tell about that. She's going to talk about poverty reduction in South Africa using ICTs. So, Professor Mansai, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, everyone. Is it on? Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing me to be your guest here. Anna, thank you so much. Thank you, Victor, and for allowing me to be here and seeing the old colleagues that I met last year when I came here to the FU. Community service through ICT. Okay. I'm just too fast sometimes. I'm looking here and I don't see it. Okay, where is the pointer? Okay, it's here. Okay, I acknowledge the funding from the FU, the time from the University of Pretoria. My colleagues who introduced me to the FU is Chad Kruger. He was a PhD student of our Desmond Tutu Professor Rink van Horn Rondel, and then my colleague from Switzerland, Empa, who introduced me also to Raoul, and then we are doing some bio-nano solar energy research. We love it, bio-nano. I really got very interested in what you invited me to look at as you look at this World Web for Greening Africa. I really like it. And then I look at the tree that I like most in Africa, it's the baobab. I really like that tree. When I traveled in Africa, in the upper states of Africa, the countries out of South Africa, I really like seeing these beautiful baobab trees. This is like my outline. I may not follow it, but I will try to. Introduction to what I want to talk about, the ICT roadmap in South Africa, the community issue number 1, which I call it ICT and poverty. What is that is being done? Community service education with the job seekers, the Tshwane Wi-Fi, the education, the teachers, power in the schools, paperless schools, what I do in my lab, and then what I do to teach Confucian sentence. Thank you. Okay. This is a nice presentation, which I hope one day somebody will teach me how to do this. I still like it, but I think it's not what I really want, but I want it to be mine. So that's your introduction of this thing called ICT. It involves learning, it involves education, it involves skills, it involves access. So many. It talks about learners and the children and the information. And 20 years ago, when I arrived in the USA, some 22 years ago, first time go to the USA, you're given the F1 visa. And you don't even understand what is this F1 visa. Then they put you in the first class of the airplane. And unfortunately, I've gone to Cape Town before, so it was not really a shock. I could know the difference. I arrived in the US and I found everybody playing computer. I knew very little about computers. I was using it, but really very minimal. And you get lost, you ask somebody for help, they come to the computer, they do something like, you know, it's like they're typing something and they leave you there. The problem is solved and that's it. And that does not really mean that you understand what's going on. We're just using information. So that's when the internet was just becoming well known everywhere. But these days, it's an essential, it's very important for you to be on WhatsApp. And I hear that it's not only WhatsApp, there are so many other tools that you can have to communicate with everybody. When I travel now, I don't struggle anymore to have, you know, access to to the mobile services in another country. WhatsApp is there. You just connect everywhere, free Wi-Fi. And then this use of these devices has grown so exponentially that in many families, the children have got tablets, personal laptops, and you know, you find that the family don't even talk to each other these days. One is sitting there, the other one is sitting there, and everybody's giggling and, you know, smiling. And in South Africa, we have what we call the ICT roadmap, which is like a business plan of the Department of Science and Technology on what is that they want to see with ICT. And as previous speakers have been speaking, and all that you know is that with ICT, we have to connect everything together. I think without ICT, we cannot teach. Without ICT, we cannot make money. I think those are the two most important things before you think about health and you think about the water quality. Just give me money and I'll be fine. Give me education and I'll relax. And so it is, you can see what, it's a little some parts that I have just extracted from this ICT roadmap of the Department of Science and Technology in South Africa. It is widely recognized as a vital tool for socio-economic upliftment, which means that it's closely related to poverty reduction. And then using ICT, it's an enabler across almost all other domains. Through extensive ICT in society, you create economic and social impact. All right, whoever was writing there, I don't, okay, it needs some editing. All right, the vision there is to advance human capital. In South Africa, when you speak about human capital, mean the number of people who are knowledgeable in a certain area. In this particular case, it's ICT, but not just ICT, but applying ICT in many different areas of education in the society, in particular, reduce poverty by making sure that people have got access to information. So, I have started a research collaboration with someone from another university, which we call historically disadvantaged institution, meaning that during the times of apartheid, such institutions were not getting enough funding for research. I called this professor, I said, I want to, well, she asked me, can you mentor me? I said, good. Now I saw a project and I said, let's come so that we can write an interdisciplinary research. She's into food science. I don't even know which part of food science, okay? I just know that it's something to do with food. And then I said, I'll come with solar energy, which we must introduce to communities, that they don't have to waste electricity. There are methods that they can use to cook their food and still get good food without wasting a lot of electricity. Know that when the methods that we use in cooking are actually wasting a lot of thermal energy, which we could have collected in another way and used better. And I tell you the honest truth, yesterday I got my electricity bill from the municipality. I have actually reduced that by 500 rands. By just 500 rands, generally I pay 2,000 rands per month for electricity and water in my house. But I reduced the electricity by 500 rands just by standing next to the stove when I'm cooking, and I'm not running to another place, this multitasking of women. I don't do that. I stand there and I cook, switching on and off. Whilst the pot is still hot, it's still cooking. So I'm taking care of that. So this is the kind of research that I am starting with another person. In South Africa, if you talk to me about what is community problems, for me, there is number one community problem is poverty. But poverty is exacerbated by the problem that people don't have jobs. Then the fact that people are unemployed, they don't have jobs, they are out of the employment, they are no more employable, or all those things. And all that is well known about South Africa is that we don't just take anything for granted. If you think you're going to give us a salary, we want to know how much have you made out of us to give us that salary. We need what we call a living wage, and we make noise about that. So maybe that's what is increasing our unemployment. And we have also unemployed graduates. And in particular, we have a database of unemployed science graduates, lots of them. But from the previous inequalities, we do have this unemployed people being Black people. And look at this particular poverty. Everyone has got a profession: plumber, painter, tiler, welder, electrician, but all of them don't have jobs. So what might be the problem? Is it because all these people who have got all these degrees have not been trained properly, they have wrong skills, and therefore they are all poor? Okay, now ICT and poverty. Let's see if we are really right by saying that people are poor, they don't have jobs, or what is it that is making people to continue to be poor? Well, we know, everybody has talked about this today, that ICT has infiltrated even the poorest of communities through mobile phones. And then even a basic phone can make a call
for those who are illiterate, who cannot read and write, and they can send, there are people who can send SMS, and some of these basic phones even have internet. The only thing is that I don't know how to use them. And then, okay, you'll teach me. Illiterate persons can use the mobile phone through voice. Then, you know, there is a saying in South Africa, I've written it there in my language, nobody can read it. Malapa halikani, meaning that different families have got different incomes, therefore, every family will buy a phone according to their affordability. So you choose a mobile phone, no more just as a luxury, but you choose it because you need that. These are the cheapest type of phones. You know, in euros, maybe you can say it's like 10 euro each. It's very cheap. So you can even buy for your neighbors and everybody else. You know, if somebody don't have a phone, why don't you have a phone? You just take your money and buy the person the phone because it's very cheap so that you can communicate with that person. And we have the situations where companies have government donating lots of computers, not dumping the ones that you have to throw away, but new ones into schools in South Africa where they are more into primary schools than high schools. And the other question is, do we have electricity access to all these places when we put all this technology? People speak about infrastructure problem. I speak about you can catch the sun rise and you can catch the sun go down by taking the photovoltaic and the artificial photosynthesis, and these days I call it an off-grid solution that you can do without the municipality or whoever is called the utility. And then you have this kind of phones which are powered by, it's like a cover of the phone, which is solar out there, a solar panel there, and then you can charge your phone. You can even charge the neighbor's phones. I have seen now in South Africa something called Community Engagement Program, which is funded by the National Research Foundation. As compared to other African countries, South Africa is still in Africa. The only difference is that it is well developed as compared to our neighbors. So this community engagement program funded by the NRF expects us to write proposals, which I think from here, I have learned some few, and then I'll go to my Desmond Tutu professor here, and then get engaged with you, Anna, more in this community engagement. They give you some money, up to 10,000 euro, maybe per annum or whatever, according to the proposal that you have given, so that you can use this for community engagement in solving the problems in South Africa in the communities. I have seen a guy called James van der Walt. He is a chemical engineer, but he came up with electricity solutions to schools. That when you have all these computers in schools, he came up with a program for electrifying the schools in places where the schools don't have electricity, that means in deep rural areas. Then you can follow this website, and then you'll be able to see what James is doing. I will show you a little video on that, but you know, I'm born before technology, so I failed to download it, so I'll go to YouTube, you know the story. He comes up with a container like this, you know, a shipping container. And then he has put solar panels on that. And then you can fold them away, and then you put them in a school, you put them in a place where this is well protected, safety. Then the school have electricity when they need electricity during the day. Therefore, they don't emit artificial photosynthesis here. They're very happy with their PV, the sun during the day. We have lots of it in South Africa. I see that here. No, sir. So this is not just in the school. You can put it in a community. Somebody can buy this as a business and solve your poverty issues. And then this boxes here, this bottles here, they've got a battery inside. You can just carry this to the center, charge it for like 2 hours, or exchange it like you exchange a water bottle, and you go back home. You can switch on your TV, your lights. Very interesting. This is what I call using your brain to solve community problems. So that's why I don't understand why people are unemployed. I really believe that it's time that we get out of the issues of looking for a job, but start to solve community problems using what is that we have learned. And ICT is also, it's actually the core, the most important component in solving the community issues related to unemployment. So what do we call community service? Community service is a group of people who are able to help each other, support each other, they share information, they spend time together, they are determined to do something different, they're hard workers, and they volunteer and they do some charity work. But let's not take advantage on their volunteering, let's pay them when they are volunteering. Okay, I did a quick survey yesterday on job seekers. This is, what time? Okay, quick, I'll finish, right? Yeah, that's the problem with me. You don't really give me 20 minutes, it's too short. He said that I should speak 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, he has given me 5 more minutes. Thank you. Yeah. I think he knows that I can talk too much. Okay, on the 5th of April, quick, on the 5th of April, yesterday I did a survey and I saw that, you know, they advertised 21,652 jobs in the whole of South Africa. There's about 600 that are all in Johannesburg. All pay a living wage of this per month. And when you look at the spread of the jobs, there's IT, there's engineering, there's telecom, there's technical. If we get these people employed by showing them that this is ICT, just go do something, then we'll have removed a lot of problems in people's lives. So ICT definitely can solve people's problems. They have internet, they have phones. They can actually look at all these things. Before I show you these videos, let me just show you that there is an initiative, it's called Mobile Cinemas. This is from the EU. It's a project in the FP7. And then what they do is that there is a cinema in the back. They put this technology into a bus. It is supported by my university and this bus company called Patco. And this is the back where the technology is inside. And then as the bus is moving around, the bus comes from a place where there's not much internet. They move around and then they download this movie as the bus is moving around. And then people here are being taught how to use that and make their own backspaces in the house as movie places. In community education, I personally have Saturday schools, but I don't charge anybody for that. It's not necessary. I've come to a point where let's stop making money in everything. I do want to make money, but to teach people how to use their computers, and my 2 sisters, a nurse and a teacher, how to use their mobile phones effectively, or teach this old lady in her shop how to use the mobile. Look at, oh, beautiful. They can talk now with the community. So people don't want to use technology in South Africa. I've seen that. People who are educated, they don't want to have internet banking. They don't want to do cell phone banking because they're scared of the 491 scam. This is the nice one. The Tshwane is the metropolitan area we come from. Okay, you know it as Pretoria, okay? We've changed the name. You know, we have got that project to change names. Tshwane. The city of Tshwane in 2013 decided to give everybody free Wi-Fi. And then, okay, all right. You know what? I'm failing to do technology now. This is what they do. They put this everywhere, everywhere. Not just in the city, but we call it ekasi. I don't know if people have heard about Kasi, like Soweto, where many of the black people are staying, so it's everywhere. And then you let me see if I can get it right. Okay. They call it Tobet. Tobet. When you have your mobile phone, we say Tobet. It's the name of the project. And then this is the metropolitan, it covers this whole area. Here is the city center of Pretoria. This is another periphery area there. This is another one. This is where I come from. My home is around here. This is Soshanguve. So it's everywhere. And then on Saturday morning, you see many people around this school. They're sitting everywhere around the school. Everyone has got something in the hand, and they are looking at they are into WhatsApp. They're going to their Googles and whatever. And then these are some quick facts of what really happened. Is that you can see the statistics of what are people doing with this free technology that they are using. And then we have got schools where everybody has got a computer school somewhere, and this is part of your living labs. Siakula Computer School is part of the living labs. It's placed everywhere. These are the teachers there, and you can see some of the children. It's a Huawei project, this one here. The other cheaper. Then the Gauteng Department of Education decided to roll out something they called paperless Wi-Fi. So you can see the mayor of Gauteng, the class there. These are the children in Ethiopia with their mobile. You can see that they don't even have food, but they're fine with the mobile technology. The child there, okay, teachers, Telkom Foundation, working with the SchoolsNet, and these are the teachers in another school, computer literacy teachers getting their mobiles. What I do in my lab, one of the students came up with this idea. These are the Shoki barriers. It's a diode, many diodes there. He said that he can automate this using LabVIEW, and there's a program, and he puts this on his cell phone. He can do measurements in his house. He doesn't have to come to the lab. He only comes to the lab to put things together. In my class, this guy, it's just that he wrote it, but I've been using this method for a long time. Eric Mazur. I thought I was a good teacher, while my students were just doing memorization. But then I started to follow that peer instruction where, students are saying, do you really want to lecture me? I don't want anybody to lecture me. Just give me information, I'll work. So you have to prepare lots of PowerPoint, and class preparation it's very, very important. The disadvantage of this problem is that the students don't want to change themselves. They get angry with you. But the advantage is that at the end of the semester, you are told that they have done very well, even when they go and be taught by another person. So ICT is a solution to many of our problems. Let me just say thank you, because whilst I'm giving you a chance to ask me questions or he's coming, I just want you to look at this 2-minute video here. It's from Twani. Just look at it's 2 minutes. Okay, it's ready? All right, okay. Born before technology. All right, let's leave it then if it's not coming up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Matse, for a very nice talk. And before we go to the questions, I would like to invite Professor André Ram to give his talk. Professor André Ram is one of the Desmond Tutu professors of this university, and he's a professor in mathematics, and he worked with South African researchers in mathematics since the late 80s. And so for decades of collaboration with researchers in South Africa, and he's going to tell us something about that, and about the importance of education for in mathematics for South African communities.
Thank you, Anna. I'm not so small, so.
Oh, wait. Let me do that. Anna, okay.
Okay, let's. No. Wait a minute.
Appeltje P.
Okay.
Dit is het P.
So, first of all, let me apologize because there will be very little ICT related stuff in this talk. I was asked by Hans Akkermans to present something here, particularly on the Desmond Tutu training program, and so that's what I'm going to talk about mostly. Me being a mathematician, I cannot resist the temptation to talk a little bit about mathematics, but don't worry, there will be no formula. Wonderful. And maybe some more stuff, a little bit about education. So what is the Desmond Tutu training program? That is a program set up in 2008, around 2008, a little earlier, by the VU and by the National Research Foundation, of which you already heard. Thank you. The National Research Foundation is the South African sister of what we know here in the Netherlands as NWO. And the goal is to foster cooperation between South African universities and the VU, and to actually make that so that there will be joint PhD. Well, actually, I shouldn't say joint PhDs because that's a very particular term. It's a double degree PhD program. So PhD students from South Africa have the great advantage of having 2 PhD supervisors, one in South Africa and one in the Netherlands. They spend at least 2 months a year here in the Netherlands. And the biggest complaint that I heard from the PhD students in that program is the complaint that we just heard from Manse as well. There's no sun. And the goal of that project in the beginning was very modest, about 18 to 20 PhD candidates in the period 2008-2014. But when the program was continued for the period 2015 to 2020, the goal became less modest. The goal now is to have 2 calls per year for at least 10 to 15 projects. So if you're in the audience and you have a collaborator in South Africa and you think that it would be a good idea to have a joint PhD student, please go ahead and apply for this because it's a wonderful program. Wonderful. So currently we have memoranda of understanding with many South African universities, and probably the print on the screen is too small for you to read them all, in particular if you're in the back, but think of it this way. Most big South African universities are on this list, and with most of them we even have a double degree PhD situation. Already several of these PhD students are finished. Harry Wells, who is involved in this program, is in the audience. Harry, can you give me the present update?
In terms of numbers?
In terms of numbers, yeah. How many did finish? 5, 6? Yeah, 6. Okay, thank you, Hank. 6. At the moment, there's an open call university-wide, and actually, I was very pleased to see that Hans Akkermans, who is also involved in this ICT4D project, has an opening there and has a proposal there. So, thank you, Hans.
But it's in ICT,
and the co-supervisor is Etienne Barnard from Northwest University.
Right, from the Vaal Triangle. Yeah, Northwest University has 3 campuses. One is in Mafikeng, one is in Potchefstroom, and one is in the Vaal area. In addition to this Desmond Tutu training program, the VU has 7 Desmond Tutu chairs in economy, theology, human movement sciences, medicine, biology, physics, and in mathematics. That's me. And there's 1 vacancy in social sciences. And of course, these Desmond Tutu professors participate in this Desmond Tutu training program, but they are by no means the only one, and it's definitely not restricted to them. So indeed, once again, if you're interested, please think of having a PhD student in this program. Okay, so, but why is there a mathematician in this? What is how did I come to be in this situation? Well, there's a long-standing relation between mathematics here at the VU and mathematicians in South Africa. And in the late 80s, early 90s, 2 PhD students in mathematics came from South Africa, supported by both the VU and the Equal Opportunities Council, where Desmond Tutu was involved. And one of them was Gilbert Groenewald, who is now at Northwest University. He is my cooperator there in Northwest University. Contacts remained, and they intensified, of course, after the switch from apartheid. We have had, at present, we are on our 4th joint PhD student, Estiaan Clem. He is here, but he's not in the room because he's working very hard on mathematics, which of course I'm very pleased with. Now, this program, of course, is a wonderful program, but 20 years ago, a program like this would have been very, very difficult. 20 years ago, we were barely in a situation that, well, internet was just beginning. Well, let me be a little more precise. Let us say 25 years ago. 25 years ago, internet was just beginning. We had email, but 25 years ago, my computer on my desk, and the young people will be shocked, my computer didn't have Windows. It was a Unix computer. It had a screen, and all you could do was that there were green letters on it, and you could type. Okay, that was it. And that was an advanced computer. I was very happy with that. And we could do everything we thought was possible. For the young people, nowadays your mobile phone has how much memory? Just give me a number. How many gigabytes of memory are there in your mobile phone? 16. Okay, thank you. I remember I bought my first personal computer, which had a memory of 1 gigabyte. And we were discussing over lunch with each other, and we said to each other, guys, this is something we will never get full. This, of course, was before the time where you could put pictures and video on your thing. So this program that we now have is facilitated to a great degree by advances in ICT, easy communication, Skype, email, the fact that you can put documents in the cloud and you can work on it almost 24 hours per day is a wonderful thing. I'm old enough to remember working with a person in Israel, and our communication was by snail mail, really on paper. Okay, anyway, so, but why mathematics? Why is mathematics important anyway? I mean, you all know that mathematicians are those guys who are doing the useless things like trying to prove that there's an infinite amount of prime numbers that are 2 apart, like 5 and 7, or 71 and 73. So these twin primes, and it's still an open problem whether there's an infinite number of these twin primes. Very important problem, and actually so important that the Dutch, one of the Dutch prominent newspapers, the NRC Handelsblad, published on this problem a 2-page spread about 2 weeks ago. That's the image that you see of mathematics in the media. And I want to contradict that image with some numbers here. Deloitte, an international accountancy firm, did for us, for the Dutch mathematical community, research in the influence of mathematics on the Dutch gross national product. Turns out that 10% of the Dutch gross national product is directly related to mathematical activity. Not to mathematicians, but to mathematical activity. We did this research, or we had this research done, because of the fact that it was also done in the UK, where it came out to 13%, quite a bit higher, which you can understand because in the UK there's a huge financial sector, the City of London, which predominantly rests on mathematical activity. After we did it, Germany and France did it. I don't have precise numbers. I heard them but forgot about it. It's in the same order of magnitude as the ones of the UK. If you take into account indirect effects, not just the direct effects, but the indirect effects, then it comes out to about 1/4 to 1/3 of the gross national product being dependent on mathematical activity. Think about that, eh? So this means that mathematics is probably the most effective, most cost-effective thing that you can do to foster an economy. Because all the other fields need a lot more in terms of money. If you think of physics, if you think of chemistry, if you think of medicine, those are very costly things to do research in. We as mathematicians, we get zilch. All we need is pen and paper and a computer. And that's it. Same, by the way, holds true for computer science. They don't get zilch, they get zilch plus epsilon. But the same is true for computer science. Let me immediately contradict myself a little. If you would do the same research for physics, for chemistry, for computer science, for biology, and you would add all the numbers up, it would come to about 200%. Because there's overlap, of course. But you can compare. Is there a physicist in the room? Yes, Manse. Close your ears, please. The same research was done by the same company with the same methods, so by Deloitte in the UK for physics. Guess the number that came up for that. How much of the UK gross national product is directly dependent on physics? Anyone has a guess? Question to the audience. How much? 50? 8.5. And this was, I mean, this is just for comparison, eh? 8.5. And this is not surprising to a mathematician because physics is not in the City of London. That's where the difference is. I claim that these numbers will go up tremendously because of the fact that there's much more and more we rely on quantitative data. There's much more mathematical modeling, much more simulation is being done, big data. And you can see in this list, of course, that again, ICT plays here a very dominant role. This is facilitated by the fact that we have great ICT now. Traditionally, math, of course, is applied in science, physics, chemistry, biology, and in engineering. mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. It will only become more important in these areas, but now also we are outside that areas with our applications in mathematics. Optimization of business processes is one of the things that I want to mention, and that is because here at the VU we are very strong in that area. And why are we successful there? Well, because of something that Professor Saar Ditto already emphasized, the plug-in principle. We're not trying to make things different, we're trying to make things better. To paraphrase a commercial for a big company in the southern part of the Netherlands. Right? We're trying to make things better. So, given the time and given the fact that I already heard clinking of bottles earlier on, I'll skip this. Let me turn to education. Maintaining a high level of knowledge in mathematics, in physics, in chemistry, in ICT. That requires a good level of mathematics education on all levels, on the level of primary school, the level of secondary school, the level of, well, the level we are here, university. So it requires also funding for research in math education, and that is something that is even probably worse off than funding for mathematics. So I would like to stress that as well. If you ever get the chance to speak to a policymaker, emphasize to them that teaching is important, but research in education is also very important. So there's an interesting South African perspective here. In South Africa, there are how many? I think 11 official languages, and many people don't have English as their mother tongue, and yet they want to have high school education in English, which is a good idea because later on in your career you may depend on that. But learning mathematics, as we probably all know, is when you start learning this is a challenge in itself. And for us, as we are sitting here, most of us are somewhat beta inclined. For us, perhaps less so, but for the majority, learning mathematics is difficult enough to do. And then the added hurdle of learning that in a language that is not your primary language, that's something else. So you may need support besides your English textbook and besides the explanation in English. You may need some support in your mother tongue. And there's an interesting project by Professor Pakeng from UNISA on this multilingual mathematics classrooms. And I claim that's something that might also be of interest for us here in the Netherlands, because many schools in our big cities, in particular in our big cities, have large group of students that have an immigrant background and for whom Dutch is not the language that is spoken at home. And so for them, precisely the same problem occurs. Learning mathematics is difficult enough. Learning mathematics in a language that is not the language that is spoken at home is an extra hurdle posed on that. And in particular, if you keep in mind that mathematical literacy is the thing that determines your success in life, well, then this is an important issue. There's another interesting initiative going on in South Africa at Northwest University. More than half of the students at the Potchefstroom campus is not actually at the Potchefstroom campus, but are distance learners. And the current focus areas in that are in education and health sciences. They're trying to develop this to other areas as well. And of course, this also would not be able without very good ICT. So here, ICT for development plays a crucial role in doing this. And they're actually doing a good job with more than half of their students as distance learners. Thank you for your attention. I think we're on time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andre, for your talk, and thank you also, Mansai. And so now it's time for a few questions. If there are any questions to Professor Mansai and to Professor Andre Ram. Frank?
Yeah. Thanks for the beautiful presentations. And I remember Prof asking me, how do you place this census in Netherlands?
Yeah.
And I said, well, every 30,000 square meters, you need to put, or let's say 30 kilometers, you need to put the census. But they're also based on other factors as to what activity is being done. And that's a constraint. And if you are doing any optimization, you need to put all these things in. But when I was learning mathematics, some of these things were not clear to me. So it was really abstract, and it was quite a difficult subject. It was only the smart ones that really loved mathematics. So you find female students, especially, really disliking mathematics. Unfortunately, I have all my siblings are sisters or ladies. So, and all of them are not doing too well in mathematics. How do you think we can encourage students to appreciate or to learn mathematics? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Is this one still on? Yes. Okay, thank you. That's a very good question, and it's really something that I think we are not doing right, neither here in the Netherlands nor basically anywhere in the world at the moment. Because I think that really the focus should be on the applications. You really learn something well if you know why you're learning it. And at present, in many countries, the traditional mathematics curriculum is still that you start with studying Euclid. I'm sorry, but Euclid is 3,000-year-old mathematics. And that's perhaps not the best way to start. So try to make it as interesting as possible with real-life applications, although that is very hard because before you get to real-life applications, you need to have a high level of mathematics. And that already contradicts what I said. You have to have a high level of math knowledge first before you can get to real-life applications. And so there's a difficulty, yes. But there's another thing that you mentioned. Your siblings are all sisters.
Yeah, yeah.
And that too we see as a problem. Not enough girls are going into mathematics, neither here nor in many other countries.
Thank you. I think Francis has a question.
That's not really a question. I just wanted to probably add a contribution, and this is something I think Bill Gates and Zuckerberg are promoting a lot, and that is coding from a very young age. And I think that is one way we can solve that problem. If children learn to code, then automatically they learn some basic principles of mathematics even within their coding languages. And most coding languages are somewhat universal, so it's not that difficult when it comes to different languages and cultures.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, I think I want to my study. Don't you think that this unemployment problem is that we, the universities, are doing something wrong? Definitely, if we teach people to be able to do nothing, they come out and can do nothing. I don't know what you say about that. Then to this whole thing about maths in a different language. I've just been wondering how mathematics will be taught in my language. So it's this idea of being taught in your mother tongue. I'm not too sure whether that is really correct, that you are better taught in your mother tongue. Because I've just been wondering, in Africa, for example, as we said, you probably have 1,000 languages. How will you write all these things in those 1,000 languages to teach people in their mother tongue?
First you.
Okay. Unemployment. Yes, universities are not doing it right. I agree. We teach people to depend on us. We give them too much information. We don't give them skills to create their own information. We actually give them everything. And if you do it like me, my teaching style of saying, let's work together. We are first going to go into the bad books of students, but many of those students, at some point after their first degree, they don't even want to continue, they want to go and make money. Because I make jokes like Bill Gates failed at university and decided to become a billionaire. Many billionaires don't have PhDs. So it depends on how to use the skills that you learn in mathematics or physics or any science. You were taught to solve problems. The methods that were used to teach you to solve problems, you must be able to use the methods in every area of problems in life. Whether you are solving a community service delivery, in South Africa we've got problems with what we call community service delivery, or the refugees in is it Turkey or Greece, somewhere there where they're all there. It's a problem that needs the brains of a mathematician and a physicist, because we have been taught levels of how to solve problems. So definitely I agree. Let's teach people that you are not getting this degree to go and look for a job, but you are getting this degree to solve problems.
Thanks for the question, actually, because that is something that I probably misexplained. What is promoted by Mamoketi Pakeng in South Africa is not so much to teach mathematics in the mother tongue, but to teach mathematics in English, but to have support in the mother tongue. So difficult concepts can be explained. Well, they are explained first in English. You have your English textbook, you have your lectures, your teacher does it in English. But there's also the possibility to switch to the mother tongue, to get it in your mother tongue when necessary, when you need it. And so it's something additional. So it's a good idea. I keep saying it. It's a good idea in South Africa to have it in English, because you have to continue with it anyway. But because of the extra hurdle that you learn it not in your mother tongue, and it is already a very difficult subject to learn, that you have some extra support, that will help.
Can I add something on that? I went to school where I was taught by people whose first language was not English, but very good with mathematics and physics. They were speaking really terrible English, very, very bad English, but not pronunciation, but the English was really bad. Where the professor comes from Iran, you know, during those times of serious wars, ran away and came to South Africa, but then he got a job to teach me. He was so good, very, very good, because when he starts solving problems, he's able to go through every line. And that is what is important. And when he's taking a break, he'll say, Kit Kat. Kit Kat. Let's take a break. Because there was an advert on TV of Kit Kat. And also, when I did not understand physics concept because of the English, I asked my professor who had a first language like mine. I said, speak it in your language. What is this concept? And he was able to explain it. And it was a shock for him that somebody said, speak it in your language, because all the time, even students never thought the professor can speak a first language.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it would be better if we maybe can direct the questions to the speakers during the drinks that were already announced by Professor Long. But first, I'd like to thank the last two speakers for the two great talks. And a lot of lessons also for VU, where we also are using English now to teach our own students, which is of course also not our first language. So lots of lessons to be learned, not only for developing countries, but also for VU. So thanks again. Okay, with that, we want to wrap up the symposium. Sorry. So I promise that we won't make it too long. So there's a 20-minute wrap-up planned, but let's do it in 2 or 1. Because I think what's really nice of today is that we heard a lot of different talks, but it was very easy to see connections between things. We heard talks about data and water. We heard talks that were connected by geography. There were talks about connectivity, about different devices. The concept of language came up a couple of times, and ways of solving that challenge, or at least addressing it. And I think what's also very nice, also for the W4RA team here, is to hear about the importance of understanding the local context and not relying on pre-made assumptions on local context, and that it might differ between countries. Ghana, Burkina Faso, and South Africa are different, but also between villages. And so that's something that of course makes the problem difficult, but difficult is what we like, right? That's why we're here. So that certainly shouldn't be deterring us. So before I hand over the mic to my colleague, I would like to first give a few words of thanks to people who made this symposium possible. So first of all, to our sponsors, again, the Network Institute, VU Informatics Department, the Center for International Cooperation, and the International Office, the SIKS School, and the CTA for their kind donations to provide you all with this nice lunch and drinks. And also a personal thanks to Hans Akkermans, who you've heard him mention a couple of times, and he really spent a lot of time organizing this symposium. So thank you very much. Also Wendelin, Moitza, and Katarina, and Dia for all their efforts. Gosa and Romy for setting up all the chairs. And my lovely co-presenter for doing such a wonderful job.
Thank you very much, for presenting so well, and for the wrap-up, and for all the moderation. And I would like to thank you all for being here. And it was really great to have you in so great numbers here again for the 3rd time at this symposium. And I hope that we will continue this tradition, doing this again next year in spring, and that we will continue as a community working on ICT4D, working on all different perspectives of this very complicated topic. We have seen how many different perspectives there are and how difficult it is. And I think those difficult issues can only be tackled in partnerships with a lot of people, and that's why we organize this, and that's why we continue to do this. So thank you very much, and enjoy your drinks, and I hope that we will continue our talks in the back with a glass of wine. Thank you very much.